I don't know what's going on with StreamYard, but they keep like messing up my media stuff. My overlays aren't coming up like they supposed to. It keep bouncing back to weird styles and stuff, and I'm just like, what's tea? Because yeah, okay. So we're gonna be watching. We're gonna be watching quite a bit today. We're gonna start with Raul. We're gonna start with the preppy school murder closing arguments. We're gonna do that today for sure. And then we're gonna also pick back up on our stream from yesterday because I did end abruptly. I anticipated actually being on TMZ yesterday, but they cut me. So I guess they kind of ran out of space, but it was a busy day. I'm not even gonna hold it against them. It was a really big busy day for TMZ yesterday, and so I didn't actually get a slot. So that's why I kind of ended our stream, but it's cool because like I said, we are going to watch a couple of things. So I got the random docket watch up because we're gonna be bouncing around. All right. But we got closing arguments jumping off, and I'm just gonna jump right to we're gonna skip some of those arguments that they had this morning. And let me get my screen share for y'all. I spent a whole lot of time talking, trying to fill the space, but boom, here we go. We are a little bit behind, but that's good.
Thank you, Ron. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. So I was actually just going to address that arguments are not evidence. This is argument, right? You've heard all the evidence that you need to hear. At some point in time, you're going to decide this case based on what you heard in court. But I wanted to take a moment to thank each and every one of you for giving us your time. It's been 2 weeks, over 2 weeks. All of you have listened diligently. You've given your time. You've given obviously your lives outside of this court are more important. But this is a very important civic duty, and it does not go unrecognized. So we thank you very much. As the court indicated, this is my first of 2 opportunities to talk to you about this case. And in this case, there have been many witnesses who've testified. This happened 3 years ago. They provided different perspectives on what they saw, what they heard, what they did. And the majority of the witnesses were teenagers when this happened. It was a horrific event. But the main story is the same. The main story is the same. The horrific event that was etched in their minds was the same. This case is not about who did it, what happened, how it happened, when it happened, what happened. This case is about Raul Valley, the defendant, who brought a knife to 43 Laurel Glen on May 14th of 2022 and provoked a fight and stabbed 4 kids 9 times, killing 1. That's what this case is about. So what happened on May 14th of 2022? You heard testimony about this party at Lazy Brook, where it was a St. Joe's party. Kids were hanging out, they were drinking, typical high school party. Probably not the first time there's been alcohol at a high school party, right? Not that anybody's condoning it, but it happens. So there's this party, the defendant's there with his friends, he's wearing this helmet, and in come in some Shelton High School kids, Ryan Hines and Griffin Marcinzik. And because this is a St. Joe's party, not a Shelton party, they can't come in. So the defendant and Mr. Snyder and De Silva take it upon themselves to kick them out. They steal the beer from Ryan Hines. At some point in time, it gets heated. They're arguing back and forth. And at some point, it ends out into the driveway. And when it's out into the driveway, there's this agreement. I'll fight you for my beer. So Jack and Ryan square up. And just as they're squaring up, who starts the fight? The defendant starts the fight. He sucker punches him in the back of the head. And then after he sucker punches him in the back of the head and the fight goes to the ground, he takes his helmet and uses it as a weapon and slams it into Ryan's head. You heard the defendant testify. He would have you believe that that was a push, that he pushed Ryan Hines, and that he didn't hit him with the helmet. I would submit to you that if you watch that fight, you could judge for yourselves what you see in the fight. And by the way, while I'm talking about witnesses, the judge is going to give you a credibility instruction, right? You're all going to have to assess the credibility of each and every witness who testified. And if you recall during voir dire, I think I asked each and every one of you the same question. You think it's possible that somebody could get on the stand, raise their right hand, and tell the truth? And you all said yes. I also asked all of you, do you think it's entirely possible that somebody could swear to tell the truth, believe they're telling the truth, and simply be mistaken about something? And you all said, yeah, that's possible. But I also asked you, do you think it's possible somebody could get on that stand, swear to tell the truth, and look all of you in the eye and outright lie to you? So again, when you're assessing the credibility of each and every one of the witnesses who testified, that's what you have to go through. And you have to go through what they said and how does it line up with the rest of the case, right? The defendant who took the stand is also subject to that same credibility instruction. He put his credibility in issue as soon as he took that oath. The video I would submit to you tells a very different story than what the defendant testified to a couple days ago. So after this fight, they get in Jack's car and they leave Lazy Brook and they go to Trumbull High School. And at some point in time, as they go to Trumbull High School, there's this basketball group chat. You heard testimony that Shelton kids were in it. You heard testimony that Ryan Hines was in it. You heard testimony that the defendant was in it. You heard the testimony that De Silva and Snyder were in it. And you also heard testimony that they wanted to fight the Shelton kids at Trumbull High School. They were there for about 20 minutes. This wasn't over. Of course, there was argument and heated emotions about what had just happened at Lazy Brook, but now they want to meet up at Trumbull High School. So what does the defendant say? The defendant tells them to slide on over to Trumbull High School multiple times in the group chat. Slide right over because they want to fight. Shelton kids don't want to go to Trumbull High School. Somebody puts an address, 43 Laurel Glen, in the group chat. Come to Laurel Glen. So they go over to Laurel Glen. The defendant would have you believe that he had no idea that they were going to fight, that they were just going to another party. I would submit to you that you need to assess whether or not that's credible during your deliberations. But in any event, you heard testimony from several witnesses that the defendant wanted to go to Lazy Brook or Laurel Glen to fight. He wanted to fight at Trumbull High School and he wanted to fight over at Laurel Glen, and that's why they were going. And as a matter of fact, when they got to Laurel Glen, the defendant lets all the kids know that they're there. There's a few kids outside, more kids come outside, and at some point in time, Tyler Rich and his friends are outside. They're around the car in front of his house at 43 Laurel Glen, and there's some testimony that at first it was peaceful, some testimony that it got heated, arguing back and forth, things were being thrown. You heard testimony from Aiden King. I saw Raul sitting behind Jack Snyder, who was driving. Tyler De Silva was in the front seat. The defendant even said Aiden King's his boy. And Aiden King got up here and said, at some point in time, the defendant said, "Get your friends away from my car. I'm going to break a bottle over somebody's head." Again, all of these things going to what was his intent that night. So things are thrown at the car. The car was being shook by the Shelton kids. There's some testimony that things were being thrown back. Car takes off, drives up and down the street. Things are thrown from the car, things being thrown at the car. At some point in time, they end up at the end of the street, close to the intersection of Farmhouse Road near 36 Laurel Glen. Now, this is 11:40 at night. You heard testimony. This is Jack Snyder's car. The defendant's already out of the car. Tyler DeSilva gets out of the car. I would submit to you that the defendant being mad, angry about what had just happened, Jack Snyder's car happens just prior to this video starting. And that's the point when he asks him for the knife. He asked him for the knife. He said, Jack, give me the knife. Where's that knife? Give me the knife. He gets out of the car. Tyler DeSilva gets out of the car. Keenan, Dimitri, Will, Mackenzie walking away, everybody with an earshot of that conversation. You heard people testify about what they heard about the knife. How you heard Keenan Frasick, he was going insane. He was pissed off about what had just happened to the car. You heard Dimitri, he was angry about what had happened to the car. Tyler DeSilva, Jack Snyder. You heard Mackenzie say, I heard somebody asking about a knife, but I don't know exactly who it was because she's walking away, right? So we know the knife comes out at that point in time. He's angry. He arms himself with a knife at that point. But then the Shelton kids come down the street after having just told them, get out of here, get the heck out of here. Now look, was it right that things were thrown at the car? 100% no. It was not right at all. Wasn't right that people were hitting the car, shaking the car, and people throwing things from the car at the kids or at the cars parked on the side of the street. That wasn't right either. But at that point in time, nobody called the police. They drove down the street. Could have called the police at that point. Could have said, hey, someone just damaged my car. I want them arrested for criminal mischief. They didn't do that. The defendant at that point in time thought it was very important to arm himself with a 3-inch bladed knife at that point. So the kids come down the street. You heard Tyler Rich, Charlie Connery, Ty Wood, Ricky Fiola, a few other kids go down the street. And yeah, there's things thrown at the car. They throw things back, right? But there's no physical altercation between the parties down the street. Because if there was going to be a physical altercation initiated by the Shelton kids, it would have happened right then and there, but it didn't. Right? Again, Tyler Rich running down the street. Get out of here. You guys got to get out of here. Now, you heard some testimony that somebody threw this can of WD-40 or PB Blaster back at Tyler Rich, and he's walking away. And at some point in time, he sees the defendant, and the defendant's walking towards him. So he sprays him to get him away. Ricky Fiola sees this. He's within a short distance to see this happening. At some point in time, Ricky Fiola approaches the defendant and has a conversation. And what did you hear him testify to? He said, listen, hey, man, it's really messed up what he did. He shouldn't have sprayed you with that stuff. But look, there's a lot of us, and there's only like 5 of you. You guys should probably just get out of here. And while he's having that conversation, what does Ricky Fiola see? Ricky Fiola sees the defendant holding a knife in his hand. Ricky Fiola turns around, walks back. The rest of the Shelton kids walk back to Tyler Rich's house. Again, no physical altercation down the road. Mackenzie Traficante is calling her sister, I need a ride home. At some point in time, Will, Dimitri, and Keenan get out of the car. And they don't want to be a part of anything. They want to ride home. They stay down the end of the street. Rides are being called. Will calls his girlfriend, come pick me up. I think you heard testimony from Mackenzie Traficante who said, Lito, just stay down here, stay with me, come home with me. That's not what he wanted to do. Because Ryan Hines, who he had just sucker punched in the head earlier that night and helmeted back at Lazy Brook, who was now at this party, now he wanted to go back and face those kids. But he wasn't going back just him. He was going back with a knife. Because who else goes back to a house, right? I mean, you heard testimony when he was in the car with a bunch of other people, and the car was being shook and rocked and thrown at, that he was panicked, he was frightened, he was scared, he was terrified. If you're all those things, why are we not staying down the road? Why are we not waiting for Mackenzie's sisters to come pick us up? Why are we not calling somebody to come pick us up? Because he wasn't scared, terrified, panicked. It's just simply not, that's not the case. He was mad, he was pissed, he was angry, and he had a knife. So they wanted to go back and go and confront those kids. Now there's some testimony that Tyler wanted to go talk about the damage and he knows Tyler Rich. Maybe he could work something out. But the bottom line is, he's the one that was going ballistic about the car. Yeah, sure, Tyler and Snyder were angry, but he's going crazy, and he's the one that arms himself with a knife. So he gets back in that car. He makes the willful decision, right, to get back in that car, armed with a knife, and go back to the very house he was told to leave. But he would have you believe he was panicked, scared, frightened, all of those things. So Jack pulls up to the 43 Laurel Glen. The defendant and Mr. De Silva get out. You've heard testimony from several witnesses that Tyler's on the left, the defendant's on the right. They move onto property. They were told to leave, so now they're trespassing. Some kids were outside. Got a little bigger when people heard, oh, people are here. You heard Tyler Rich say, I told him to get the F out of my property. The defendant walks up. Ryan Hines, Faison Teal, Tommy Connery somewhere behind them, but closer in proximity to the defendant. Ty Wood there is also there. And you heard Tyler Rich say, I was yelling at these kids, get the hell off my property. I looked out of the corner of my eye and I saw Raul cock his arm like he was going to punch Ty Wood. And that's when I just hauled off and cracked him in the face. And it was on. So I would submit to you, if the defendant walked on the property, confronted those kids, and started to throw a punch or pretend like he was going to throw a punch, he was the initial aggressor in the altercation by coming back, by approaching those kids, and by cocking his arm. He was the initial aggressor. He provoked the fight and started the fight. He gets hit. It's done. All right, now I can claim self-defense. Now I can take this knife out that I have in my pocket while I'm on the ground, open it up, right? All intentional conduct, and start stabbing kids, right? You heard him testify, I was flailing my arms. I would submit to you, if you look at any of the injuries on these kids from 3 years ago, those are deliberate stab wounds. Those are not flailing slash marks. Stab wounds. So he stabs Ryan Hines 3 times. He stabs Faison Teal in the arm. Again, upper, right? Left arm here. Hines up in the chest as he's working his way down. And Tommy Connery, you heard testimony from Tommy Connery, who comes over and he's trying to push him away. And he's on the ground. The defendant's on the ground, and he comes right after him and starts stabbing him in the leg 4 times. Deliberate. Again, what was his intent? This wasn't self-defense. He went into that fight already armed. His response to this fight was unreasonable when you look at it in totality. It was a fist fight that escalated by his doing because he was the only one there with a weapon. At some point in time, the defendant goes back to the car that's waiting for him. He would have you believe he was chased. I would suggest to you that the video shows a different story. But nevertheless, he's back at the car, looks back, and wants to run back in. He purposefully runs back in with the knife. And you hear Charlie Connery yelling, he's got a knife, he's got a knife, he's got a knife. And there's another person there yelling, get out of here, bro. Because again, the Shelton kids didn't want them there. There was a communication to leave. Again, all of these things could have been prevented. This is Jimmy McGrath just before he gets stabbed at the end of the fight. He's not engaging the defendant, but he would have you believe that he or somebody else was so that he can cloak himself with self-defense or defense of third parties. He had a duty to retreat and not even go after Jimmy McGrath. He was unarmed and he did nothing wrong. And even if you believe from the evidence that Jimmy was involved somewhere in the fight, somewhere, which there's been no evidence of that, but even if that's what you can infer from the video, I would submit to you that self-defense is not retaliatory. It's defensive. You can't come back and stab somebody just because you're mad. And that's exactly what happened here. He came back from the car. He ran back at people who were already, the fight was already done. Tyler De Silva clearly in the road. The fight was over. Kids were screaming back and forth. Tyler De Silva even said the fight was over at that point. You hear, "Get out of here, bro." And at the very end of the video, you see Jimmy McGrath step back like this to try to avoid the fight, the stab wound, the deliberate stab wound in his chest. He didn't stab him in the foot. He didn't stab him in the lower leg. He stabbed him right in the chest. What was his intent when he did that? When that happens, you hear Jimmy McGrath yell, "I've been stabbed," and he collapses. He collapses.
Yes, sir! Let's do it.
So he unnecessarily stabs Jimmy, right? You're going to hear an instruction about intent, right? And I'm sure the defense attorney's going to get up here and argue, he didn't wake up that morning and want to kill anybody or stab anybody. It's not what intent's about. Intent can be formed in an instant. It can be formed within a moment. I would submit to you at the beginning of that fight that was not on video, as soon as he got hit, he informed the intent, the specific intent to stab people and cause serious physical injury, right? He went back to the car and he informed the same intent when he turned around and saw Jimmy. "I'm going to stab this kid and get out of here." Why else would you stab him in the heart? You stab him right in the chest, piercing his heart. After he gets back to the car, he tells you that, or Snyder indicates, gets back in the car and he says, "I just stabbed like 4 kids." So he knew how many kids he stabbed. He knew how many kids he stabbed. But he knew he stabbed kids. He got to understand here, I don't know if I stabbed anybody, right? We heard that testimony. I don't know if I stabbed. I was the only one with the knife, but couldn't even say it. But he said it that night. He knew he stabbed kids that night. So we know he did it. They go back down the road. No, before we get there, they take off. De Silva jumps in the car. They take off. They take a left. They go down Adams Drive. They're at the cul-de-sac. He says, "Stop the car," and throws the knife into the woods. Why? Consciousness of guilt. You'll hear an instruction about consciousness of guilt. Why are we getting rid of the weapon, right? Gets back in the car. Go, go, go. They go back down to 36 Laurel Glen. Mackenzie's sister's there. He tells Jack and Tyler, "I'm going home with Mackenzie." Jumps in the car with Mackenzie, and the cars leave the area. Mackenzie drops off Keenan and Dimitri, and then they subsequently drop off the defendant at his house. Mackenzie was mad, right? She told you, "I was pissed. I didn't want to be there. I was mad at him. They were going there to fight. I didn't want to be there. I didn't want to be involved in any of that." They were all going there to fight that night. But after the defendant gets dropped off, you hear about the text messages that go back and forth between Mackenzie, who was his then girlfriend, and Raul. And he's saying things like, "I can't text anything. I wasn't there. You know I wasn't there. Nothing is happening. Don't text me. I'm going to Florida. I didn't do anything." That was text messaging. They want to put anything in writing. You also hear that he spoke to Tyler De Silva on the phone. And when he spoke to Tyler De Silva on the phone, he says, "Dude, I fucked up. I'm sorry. I don't know what to do." Because he knew what he was doing that night, and now he's having buyer's remorse. So again, what was his intent, right? You guys are really going to be able to examine what his intent was. And the judge is going to give you an instruction such as, "There's no particular length of time necessary for the defendant to have formed the intent. Intent can be formed in an instant. It can be created in a moment. Intent may be, and usually is, inferred from the circumstances of the crime, since no witness can come into court and testify that they looked into a defendant's mind and saw what his intention was." You can look at the number of wounds inflicted, the location of those wounds on each person's body, the type of instrument used to cause those wounds, and his conduct during all of this. I would submit you could even look at the conduct from Lazy Brook. What was his conduct during that fight, and for what his intent was later on that night. In this case, the state contends that there were 9 stab wounds inflicted by this defendant on 4 different individuals. They were stab wounds, not slashes. I would suggest to you that a person who stabs multiple people multiple times in areas of the body that would cause serious physical injury and death, intended to cause those serious physical injuries and death. There's no other rational conclusion. So that's what this case is about. The defendant was enraged about what had happened earlier. He armed himself and he returned to a house to face those kids with the intent to stab somebody. He could have waited down the street. They could have called the cops. He didn't have to go back. He did. He intentionally went back. It doesn't make sense when someone says, I was very scared, frightened, and panicked, to go put yourself back in that situation. It makes zero sense. And because of his conduct, 3 people are going to have to live with scars for the rest of their lives, both mentally and physically. And James McGrath lost his life unnecessarily. And the ripple effects that that's caused his family. The credible evidence in this case shows that on that day, he intentionally caused physical injury to Faison Teal. He caused that injury by stabbing him in the upper arm with a dangerous instrument. With regards to Tommy Connery, the credible evidence shows that he intentionally caused serious physical injury to Tommy Connery. He specifically intended to cause that injury by stabbing him 4 times in the upper leg, causing deep stab wounds. You heard testimony from his doctor. She was concerned about compartment syndrome and him losing his leg. Deep stab wounds. I mean, deep stab wounds. These are not flailing slash marks. These are deep stab wounds. Again, the manner in which the wounds are the wounds are inflicted. It's not corroborative of slash marks. And he did that with a dangerous instrument. With regards to Ryan Hines, he intentionally caused serious physical injury to Ryan Hines. He had the specific intent to cause that injury by stabbing him 3 times in the upper torso, causing a collapsed lung and other injuries to his lower abdomen and hip area. And he did that again with the dangerous instrument. And with regards to Jimmy McGrath, he formed the specific intent to kill Jimmy McGrath at the moment he came back from that car, turned to him, and plunged the knife into his heart. He didn't slash at Jimmy McGrath. He plunged the knife into his heart, through his rib cage, and through his heart, and the poor kid bled to death right there on the front lawn. The judge is going to give you an instruction on sympathy. You need to file that instruction. And I apologize for getting a little choked up here, because I have a son as well. And I can't imagine what it feels like to have that happen. And I hope no one else ever has to. I hope no one else has to go through this ever. It's terrible. I apologize for taking a moment. But again, the judge is going to give you an instruction on sympathy, so please follow that instruction on sympathy. But we are confident that after you review all of this evidence, you will find the state has proved each and every element of charge beyond reasonable doubt. You'll find that the defendant intentionally caused the death of Jimmy McGrath, intentionally caused assault in the first degree to both Ryan Hines and Tommy Connery, and intentionally caused physical injury to Faison Teal with a dangerous instrument. We're confident after you review all the evidence, you'll determine this was not self-defense. He provoked this fight. He was the initial aggressor, and he had a duty to retreat, and he should have. state urges you at this time, well, after you deliberate the evidence, we urge you that you find the defendant guilty of all the crimes charged in the information. The defense will now have an opportunity to speak with you, and when he's finished, I'll come back and speak with you again. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Y'all are probably tired of seeing me come up here and set up with all my stuff, so I'll just get right into it. This might be a hard case because it involves young people. It might be difficult because it involves young people, right? But it is not a complicated case. It is a case about the most basic right that any of us have, which is the right to defend ourselves when we're faced with people that are intent on doing us serious physical harm. It could be as much as death, serious disfigurement, and all the other things you're going to hear about in that instruction. You've heard from the state here telling you, I guess, that Lido Valley is a criminal mastermind who came over there with the plan to be able to use all of this so that now I can claim self-defense. You heard Mr. Valley get on the stand. Mr. Valley, a criminal mastermind, can put together a plan like that? And back home, we'd say, son, bless your heart, but that was mighty stupid. There was a whole lot of stupid to go around that night. There was a fire that got lit earlier in the night, and it started with all that drinking that was going on. And nobody there to say, what are we doing? How do we come into all of this? That's the first fire that was lit. And there were a lot more along the way. But again, not a complicated case. Mr. Valley took the stand, he talked to you, he didn't have to do that. Mr. Valley used a 3-inch pocket knife that Jack Snyder gave him, that Jack Snyder brought, that Mr. Valley didn't even know existed prior to that night. Mr. Valley didn't even know existed prior to Mr. Snyder giving it to him. Where was Lido Valley seated when Jack Snyder pulled that knife out and had it on his lap? Was he in the front passenger seat? No. That was Tyler DeSilva. Lido Valley is behind him with Mackenzie Trafficante on his lap. There's no way he can see that knife in Jack Snyder's lap. And Jack Snyder's the one who told you he took that out and put it in his own lap because he was so scared about what was going on. So Lido Valley can't see that knife, doesn't know it exists. Mr. Snyder told you that there was no way that Mr. Valley could have known it was there before. He'd never brought it out. He'd never said to him, hey, I got this knife, let's go riding over to 43 LGD and get a little payback. None of that happened. So it doesn't make any sense when Jack Snyder tells you that Lido Valley asked him for a knife that he didn't even know existed. Now I get it. Maybe some of you want to believe Jack Snyder and Tyler DeSilva. Maybe you say to yourself, gosh, those kids, nice looking kids, they get up here on the stand. Why shouldn't I believe them? Well, ask yourself, why should you believe them over Mr. Valley? Is there something about Mr. Valley and the way he came up here and took the stand and testified that tells you you should disbelieve him but believe those two? I didn't hear the state talk at all about Exhibits 94 and 96 when they were up here. Did you? What are Exhibits 94 and 96? I bet you remember. I hope it weighed heavily on your mind. Imagine if I came up here and asked you to believe witnesses. I can't even call them paid witnesses. They have something more valuable than any money they could ever be given. What is more valuable than a complete immunity agreement? Anything? Is there anything that a 18, 19, 20-year-old kid would not come up here and do or say in order to avoid any penalty whatsoever for their actions? Does that bother you? Does that disturb you? It should. Does that sound like justice for all? Does that sound like justice for some? Does that sound like equal justice to you? Gonna give those two kids immunity agreements. Jack Snyder drove the car over there, gives the knife over to my client. Tyler De Silva gets in that same car, rides over there to 43 Laurel Glen Drive, says he's gonna go make peace. Listen, there was a lot of stupid going around that night. Tyler De Silva got up here on the stand and told you, well, I thought I could go up and talk to them because I didn't have a problem with them. Maybe he did. Maybe some of you sitting here look at these kids and think of your own kids. State's attorney did, I know I did. Would any of you put your faith in something as important as this in a 16 or 17-year-old? Would you have reason to doubt that maybe they would fail to go to the grocery store and get everything that you had for them on a list? But we're gonna sit here and expect these folks to give us the evidence that we need in order to convict somebody of murder who's charged with the same things that these folks could and should be charged with. They told you that. They know what they're exposed to. I went over it with them. I asked them about it. They know exactly what they're doing when they're coming in here. Jack Snyder's story doesn't make any sense. He gave him the knife because he asked for the knife that he didn't know existed. It's not just implausible. It's not just improbable. It is impossible. You don't ask for something that you don't know exists. He didn't know it existed before that moment. So we watched the Ring video. The Ring video is the 36 Laurel Glen Drive. That's Exhibit 44. You'll have that available to you. You see the car stop. You see Mackenzie get out. She's walking up ahead. Raul's already on the curb, a little ashamed, in a bad situation here. Mackenzie's obviously upset with him. She's walking down towards the curb. Tyler De Silva gets out of the front. And then the car stops. And it's there for some time before it drives off. And Mr. Valley told you that's when Jack Snyder threw him the knife and said, just in case. Just in case what? Just in case this situation that I caused over here at 43 Laurel Glen Drive comes running down the street at you, throwing things and hollering things, and I'm about to drive off and leave you? Does that make more sense than, he was pissed off. He was the most pissed off. He was angrier than anybody else there. And he asked me for that knife that he didn't know existed. Jack Snyder has every incentive in the world to make these folks and you promises that he just can't deliver on. He's got no more powerful, there is no more powerful incentive in the whole world than what he's got. What are the terms of that agreement that he was given? He's got to come in here and testify truthfully. But who makes that determination? Who's he working for when he's under that immunity agreement? Not me. Not you. The state. And what did they all tell you, almost without fail, about what they did before they came in here? They met with the state's attorney a number of times. To do what? To get ready, to make sure that when they took that stand, they were going to testify truthfully. And I put air quotes around that, because what does truthfully mean in this instance? To those guys, as they told you, it meant not deviating from the things that they had said. The things that they waited 7 months, and after they'd gotten an immunity agreement, before they were going to say anything. Now, when we were in here during jury selection, some of you said, well, there can be a lot of gray. There's more than two sides to every story. That was a bit of truth. How many sides to a story did we get here? And some of you said, well, a lot of people will lie. And you said that maybe you had a little bit of an idea about what had happened here. You've got way more of an idea now about what happened here. And some of you said, well, I don't expect everyone to testify truthfully. People may want to defend or protect their families. You need more than just common sense to determine credibility. Some of you said you had an experience with a kangaroo court. And you know what that's like. Don't turn this into a kangaroo court by putting any more weight into the testimony of Tyler DaSilva and Jack Snyder than what it deserves. And it doesn't deserve any more weight than the paper and the ink on which it is written, because that incentive is overwhelming. That's more than just defending your friends or your family. That's defending yourself. And some of you said, if we don't follow the law, our system wouldn't work. It's not here just for one person. It's not here just for a few people. It's here for all of us. And that's right. You all take seats that were laid out for you hundreds of years ago. You come in and you take those seats. And you got to put your sympathy aside. Sympathy for the victim, sympathy for the complainant, sympathy for anybody. It's got no place here. Some of you have experience taking things through a process, doing quality control and making sure that everything has been met along the way. Use that experience here. Does this make sense? Would this pass through quality control? I told you before, some of these witnesses, if not all of them, are promising more than they can deliver. Imagine if somebody tells you something that just can't be true. Somebody tells you they got to make a delivery and it's going to take them an hour and a half to get from here, in the middle of the day, through the city, down to DC in 3.5 hours. They're making you a promise because they want you to believe them. They know you'd be really happy if they could actually make that trip, but they can't deliver on that. That's more than what they could possibly do. That's what these witnesses are doing for you. They're telling you things that they can see that couldn't have been seen. Why are they doing that? They want to avoid consequences that Mr. Valley is now saddled with. They want to protect themselves. They want to protect their friends. And they want to protect the memory of a loved one that they lost. During jury selection, I asked you all if you could be open to the idea of self-defense. And to a person, you told me that you could. Some of you said you'd had to use some self-defense before. And you said you'd be open to it and you could understand that the law allows you to use self-defense. To defend yourself, to defend loved ones. Whether or not you had experience with doing that, you said you'd be open to it. I don't know what you thought you were going to hear or what you thought self-defense looked like. Some of you had experience with it, some of you don't. But this is what self-defense looks like. It's messy. It's chaotic. It transpires quickly, and you don't have to make the best decision. That's not what the law requires. That's not. It's a higher bar than anybody could be expected to make. It requires that you make a reasonable decision, that you make a decision that you had a reason for. You watch those videos, you know there's a reason for the defense that he used. He's down on the ground. He's getting kicked, stomped, punched, and he's being given no reason to believe that that's going to stop unless he makes it stop. Nobody's saying, that's enough, guys. Everybody up. Just a few licks and then we'll let him go. That didn't happen. What did happen? People joined in the fray. There were at least 15 to 20 people out there, at a minimum. And you know that because if you watch that video, you can count them. Michael Sampieri, Sal Perry, Jacob Villalobos, Matthew Lockovich, Ryan Hines, Ty Wood, Tanner Chernowski, Tommy Connery, Charlie Connery. The list goes on. We heard about all of them. We see some of them. Alex Burnson. Some of them couldn't be identified. Those are at least the people that we can see. And Mr. Valley's down on the ground, getting kicked, punched, can't tell what's going on around him. Ryan Hines is on top of it. And Ryan Hines is punching him in the face. And Ryan Hines tells you, I didn't think he was aiming for me necessarily. Because he wasn't. He reaches in his pocket and he takes out the only thing that he's got there. The only thing at that point that he thinks is going to make them stop, because they've not given him any reason to believe that they're going to do so on their own. And maybe you're thinking to yourself, well yeah, but he said he brought a knife to a fist fight. No, he didn't bring that knife to that fist fight. He had that knife in his pocket because Jack Snyder took it out and threw it to him. And he's got some kids running down the way. He picks it up, sticks it in his pocket. Now you heard the state argue to you, well, you know, they submit that that's when he gave it to him now, is when we see it on that Ring video. Agreeing, I guess, with what Mr. Valley tells us, which is in fact, as you will recall, entirely different than what Mr. Snyder says, than what Keenan Frasick says. Snyder tells you he doesn't give him the knife until it's asked for, which again is completely ridiculous and unbelievable. But he tells you that happens after they're looking at the car. After he's dropped them off, driven down the street, leaving them there, comes back, and then everybody else who was still in the car gets out. Do you remember that? That was Jack Snyder's testimony. He didn't tell you that he threw it to him while they were right there. And Keenan Frasick, what does he describe? A mad scramble through the console, through the glove compartment. Where's that knife? Give me the fucking knife. Didn't happen. It's just unbelievable. It's not what Jack Snyder or anybody else describes. But Jack Snyder and Tyler DeSilva and all these other kids that are in that car, all these kids that had once been his friends, all these kids who haven't talked to him ever since that night, though they still remain very close with one another. Those kids all told you that Mr. Valley was the most upset of anyone there. More upset than Jack Snyder about his car. More upset than Tyler DeSilva, who was worried about the damages and how much it was going to cost. He was the most upset of anybody there. And he went into a rage. He was so angry. Gosh, never seen anybody that angry in my life. He goes digging through the car and this and that and the other. Why? Does that make any sense? Of course not. Not unless you start to think about what's motivating them to ostracize and distance themselves from Mr. Valley, to aggrandize what he was doing so that they can demonize him, so that they can wipe their hands at Mr. Valley. Oh, I had no idea. I don't know. He was so mad. He was so angry. I just thought we were just going to go get back in the car, and I was going to go make peace. It doesn't make any sense. Mr. Valley told you he and Tyler DeSilva were best friends. Again, it might have been mighty stupid to get back in that car. But there was so much stupid running around that night. And now Mr. Valley's the only one sitting here facing anything. Because he got in that car and had a pocket knife in his pocket? You'll recall not a single witness telling you that he got out of that car and came onto that lawn with that knife displayed. None of them saw it. He didn't get out dancing around with it, licking the blade, asking who wants a piece of this. None of that. He's not a person who carries a knife. It wasn't his knife. And mind you, one of the charges that you don't hear here is criminal trespassing. It was stupid to go on that lawn. I would agree with you. We could argue about that, and I would concede that. But it wasn't criminal under those circumstances. Those kids, for whatever their reasons were, had invited them there and wanted them on that lawn. What do they tell you? Did we hear a series of witnesses come in here and tell us all the things that they could remember so clearly, and they all could remember? I looked in the car. I might have been a long way away, but I could see Mr. Valley, and I could see Tyler DeSilva, and I could see Mackenzie Trafficante, and I could see Jack Snyder. But then when it came time to tell us, well, who else was there with you? Who else went out into the front yard with you? I can't really recall. Really? But you told us that all those folks were your friends, lifelong friends, grew up with them from childhood, been over to their homes, so comfortable that when they got to the house, they could walk right up and go in through the Bilko doors. That they could go downstairs, nobody would even blink an eye, right? And when they got down there, they could see their friends, they knew who was there. But then when they all went outside, do you remember this? It was everyone got up. All of us went together. Oh, really? Who were you beside? Ooh, I can't recall that, actually, now that you mention it. Oh, okay. Well, who was at the car? Some of them told you. You know, there was a couple of us at the car, right? Maybe 3 or 4 of us at the car. And then others told you, no, there was maybe 10 of us that went to the car. And there were others that told you, no, there was more like 15 or 20 of us, and we were all around the car. Some of them told you, I didn't see anybody touch the car. I didn't see anything going on over there. It was peaceful, what I saw. And yet others told you, no, we had our hands on the car, we were rocking it. There was somebody bouncing up and down on the rear bumper. Who? I can't recall. Oh, okay, but you just went through a whole list of folks that you could tell us were there, that you saw downstairs, and you all went out together. So surely you must have seen Tyler Rich by the car. I don't recall. Oh, okay. What about Ty Wood? Where was he? I don't recall. You will have the opportunity to see all the evidence here as long as you want, as many times as you wish. Do a test, do an experiment. Go through those witnesses. See when they can't remember things and ask yourselves if that's convenient, if it seems like they're protecting their friends. Or ask yourselves, is there something wrong with their memories? Why is it so selective? Why can they remember some things but not others? And do those things seem designed to protect their friends and themselves? Okay. Tyler Rich has got to tell you that he told Tyler De Silva to get the fuck out of here when he sees him on his lawn. Because what he can't come in here and tell you is he didn't tell him get the fuck out of here. He wanted him on that lawn. And he wanted for his friends and him to be able to jump them and get some payback. Because if he tells you that, and if he tells the cops that, then he and his friends could get charged. Maybe they get an immunity agreement. Who knows? But they certainly have to admit to some conduct that is criminal. And they're not gonna do that. They didn't do it that night. To the extent that they came in here and told you things that were different from what they told the cops before. I tried to point that out. I asked every single one of you during jury selection, probably looking at me like, what in the world is this all about? I gave you the parking lot example. Everybody remember the parking lot example? Right? I said, what would you be interested in knowing? Right? If you came out and you saw two strangers that you've never met before, and they're each pointing at each other and saying, he did it. And you look at your white car. Remember the white car? It's got a long red gash. Remember the red gash? I said, would you be interested in knowing whether either of them drove a red car? You guys looked at me, you're kind of like, I guess. And I said, okay. Would you be interested in knowing whether or not there was any objective, other evidence that you could look at, like surveillance camera footage? He said, yes, that would be interesting to me. And I said, okay. Would you be interested in whether or not there were any eyewitnesses or people who claimed to be eyewitnesses? And you all said, yes, I think I would be interested in that. And I said, would you be further interested in knowing where those people were standing and whether or not it was possible for them to have seen what they claimed to have seen? And you all said, yes. And then I finalized that and I said, and would you be interested in seeing how all of that evidence either aligns or doesn't? And you all said yes. I know you did, because I wouldn't have chosen you otherwise. That's your job, is to look at that evidence. It's my job, based on what you told me, to try and show you those things about the evidence that gives you some doubt about what you're being told. You're being asked to align yourself with Tyler De Silva and Jack Snyder. You're being asked to condone that testimony and accept that and say, I don't have a reasonable doubt about what those two fellas told me. Again, would you trust those two fellas knowing that that had that kind of incentive under any other circumstances where you had a decision as serious as this to make? If they were the two guys, the paid spokespeople, that were telling you about a surgery that you should get, would you want to know what sort of value they were being given to tell you that that was what you needed to do? Of course you would. Would you make a serious decision and not have a reasonable doubt about it on the basis of those two folks? Would you trust that kind of evidence under those circumstances? Of course you wouldn't. Don't start doing it now. Why would you? You'll never forgive yourself if you do that. Don't overlook your reasonable doubts. This system is built on reasonable doubt. It's fundamental because none of us were there. We're looking at it after the fact, and we're trying to determine, has the state proven its case beyond a reasonable doubt? You may feel inclined to try and solve the crime or somehow make things right. That's not your job. You can't fix all the ills that led up to that night. Your job is to determine whether or not you have a reasonable doubt about what happened that evening based on the evidence that you've been presented. And I think you've got more than a single reasonable doubt. You've got reasons to doubt Jack Snyder. You've got reasons to doubt Tyler DeSilva. And you should heed those doubts. That's what the law tells you to do. Listen to your doubt. Give your doubt credence. It is, in fact, what binds us, because it's there for all of us. And if you don't follow that doubt and give it the credence that it deserves, you're not following the law. And you're leaving these seats in a lower place than they were there when you took them. Just as fundamental to our system is the presumption of innocence. And again, I know I asked every single one of you whether or not you could uphold that. Whether or not you could tell me as you sat there, looked at Mr. Valley, that you could presume him to be innocent, despite the fact that he had been charged with these things. And again, you know, we made it kind of easy for you. This is not a case of a whodunit. This is not a case where we're claiming somebody else, who knows? No, this is not a case about who did what. With the exception, perhaps, I guess, of Faison Teal, as I think about it. There's no evidence really to show you that what happened to Faison, cut on his arm there, was as a result of a stab any more than Faison coming in and getting in a couple stomps, somebody pushing him from behind, and him getting a cut there. There really isn't. But it's not about who had the knife. It's about why and whether or not that was reasonable. Did he have a reason to do that? Or was he just out there to kill somebody? The state gets a lot of things wrong about this case. But it got one thing absolutely right. This is a specific intent case. But it's not specific intent to murder. You know that. You sat here through all of this. There was no specific intent to go out and murder. In order to believe that there was specific intent to murder Jimmy McGrath, you would have to believe that Mr. Valley was some sort of trained knife fighter who knew that by taking a 3-inch pocket knife and inserting it between the 6th and 7th intercostal, that he could strike directly into Mr. McGrath's heart. Now again, he's no criminal mastermind, and he's certainly no trained knife fighter. What he was a 16-year-old boy down on the ground getting stomped and kicked. And the numbers were overwhelming. Was it 15? Was it 20? Were they all focusing their attention on him at one point? Were they all focusing their attention on Tyler DeSilva? In that chaos, that's not a determination he could or had to make. None of us likes violence. We're not up here saying violence is okay. That's not part of the argument. But what we're saying and what the law says is that when you have a reason to believe that you need to defend yourself, that you have a right to do that and to use the force necessary. And that's what he did. And how do you know that that's what he did? Well, I guess if the state's now conceding that he got that knife during that exchange down on 36 Laurel Glen Drive, when we see those folks coming up, then the state should also have to concede the following. He had that knife in his pocket, and he didn't take it out when those folks came up. And he didn't take it out when he got sprayed in the face with WD-40 or PB Blaster. Forgive me, I have no idea what PB Blaster is, but I understand it's something that you could spray out from an aerosol can. And he didn't use it then either, despite having it right in his pocket. That's a lot of control for a person that they want you to believe is basically a homicidal maniac. He can't be both. Now, when he's down on the ground, you may recall Ryan Hines telling you, again, I didn't feel like he was aiming at me. What else did he tell you about his position? Do you remember? You could see his arm doing this thing, but it looked like his other arm and his bicep were somehow stuck under him or pinned beneath him. Sure, because he told you he was in the fetal position down on the ground before he was able to get that knife out and start using it. And he had not just Ryan Hines on him, but all those other boys. You can see it in the video. You've got a couple different versions of that video, and I gave you Defense Exhibit B, and I'd ask you to use it, a frame by frame that you can go through as fast, as slow, focus in on a single frame, and you can see that there are two groups that peel off, that there are two folks that are wearing very similar outfits, and those outfits look very much like the lighter bottoms, dark blue top, some graphic on the back, the Jimmy McGrath, and Tommy Connery admitted to having been wearing that night. And you can see in some of those frames feet attached to those figures, kicking a figure down on the ground that is clearly not Tyler DaSilva, because he's being subjected to a separate beating over to the left. And you heard about how there were two fights that developed, that one goes down over to the right and one's going on over to the left. And think about what he's facing at that moment when he's down on the ground, because that's what self-defense requires. Not us sitting here later in the cool hindsight of this room, the ability to say, look at this, look at that. No, it's at that moment when you're 16 years old and you're down on the ground and you're facing the entire Shelton High School football team that's pissed off, and they already know about the fight at 5 Lazy Brook, right? You heard testimony. They got there and everybody was already asking them about it. One of the first persons that came up to ask Ryan Hines about it was Jimmy McGrath. Griffin Marcinzik told you, Jimmy McGrath's one of the toughest kids I knew. There was already a building fury in that basement. They didn't know about that. This bunch of idiots are in the car. They just got added to a group chat. People are talking shit to them, as they said. People that they claim they knew on social. Can we all agree that if you think you know somebody on social, you don't know that person? I think you guys have all gleaned what a Luddite I am by my inability to work this contraption over here. Knowing somebody on social, you just don't know anything about that person. These were all strangers, at least to my client. Now, you know they're not all strangers to Tyler DaSilva. Right? He told you about growing up with some of them. He told you about they knew cousins and things of this nature. And here they are, texting in the group chat, talking shit, And he says he thought it would be funny to tell them to come over to Trumbull High School because they were gonna leave Trumbull High School, and if they showed up, they'd be gone. And then he told you, I saw a picture that got sent on the group chat, and I realized, oh man, I know some of these kids, and he left. He left the group chat. There's Tyler Da Silva, Jack Snyder in the front seat. And they're still going back and forth, and they're still going at it. Jack Snyder, Griffin Marcinzik are really going at it, right? Griffin Marcinzik is taking photos of the car out front saying sitting ducks. That's what he was facing when he's down on the ground. Not you and I coming up around him and saying, what's going on here, my friend? Perhaps you should not be here right now. This appears to be a bad idea. No, that's not what that video shows. And let's talk about the existence of that video. These kids were ready. They came out with their phones going. This was gonna be a trophy. Just like a hunter hanging a head up on the wall. Let's document this. Let's record this. Not, oh gosh, we don't want this to be going on. This seems a little too violent. Gentlemen, let the young man up. No, we're filming this thing. And we're celebrating. You remember Tanner Chanowski up on that stand? When I asked him, can you identify whose voice that is saying, yes, sir? That was me. That was you? And you're saying, yes, sir! Is that celebratory? I don't know what you mean, celebratory. I don't know. I don't know why I said it. Oh, did somebody ask you a question to which the answer was yes, sir? Is that what happened? No, I don't think so. No, I don't think so either. And again, how many times did these guys tell you something here that they admitted they hadn't told anyone before? And how often were they telling you, we were all doing something? Everybody just went. I couldn't see this and that and the other. But then on cross-examination, they would tell you, oh, well, yeah, everyone was throwing something, but actually that was me that was throwing something. Everyone was screaming stuff, but actually that was me that was doing it. They wanted to minimize their involvement, generalize what they were doing, anonymize it, and scrub it clean so that they could come in here and tell you, we were just shocked to find this going on. You know that's not true. If you want to believe that, ask yourselves, why? Why do you want to believe that? Sympathy? Do you have any reason not to doubt that when they tell you that? These are people that are filming a beating, not just one. Ricky Fiola's filming too, right? We just don't have that film. Ricky Fiola's over there, he's got the camera out, he's doing this. You can see him in some of these freeze frames that they show you, right? He's like this, and you can almost kind of see when he turns over and he looks at the camera, and the light shines right in his eyes, and boop, you get that little red, and he's kind of like, oh shit, right? Oh, I didn't realize somebody else would be filming me filming. Then he goes, and what does he do with that? He goes and gives it right to the cops, right? Nope. He takes it, and he shows it to some girls that were watching the thing go on. He wants to show them Tyler Da Silva getting beat because he thought one of the girls would like seeing Tyler get, and he kind of drifted off, right? And I asked him, can you finish that for us? And he couldn't remember what it was that he wanted to show him for that. There's no reason to believe that those folks were going to stop unless they were made to stop. And if you tell yourself that there's a reason to believe that they were going to stop unless they were made to stop, and if somebody back in that jury room tells you, no, he didn't have to do that. They were just going to stop and then let him up. Well, what's the reason to believe that? I'm asking, what's the reason to believe that? What's the psychology of a mob? What's the psychology of 18 to 20 boys and men? Don't forget, this is a boy at that time. Some of those folks there were men. They had already graduated. Right? They told you. Taylor Capella told us. It was mostly older kids there that night. What is the psychology of a mob? The problem with the mob is not what they do as much as what they might do. Because you don't know what they might do. So when you're down on the ground, you're getting kicked and punched and stomped. And again, we know there's at least 15 to 20 people there. It doesn't matter what these witnesses got up here and told us on the stand as far as saying, no, it was just a one-on-one, or maybe it was two of them talking with them. That's just simply unbelievable based on what we see there and what's going on that video. And we heard a little bit from some of the witnesses trying to tell us Raul's there on the lawn beside Tyler Da Silva. They're facing this big group of Shelton High football players that have started to circle them. He's not got the knife out, but he's gonna pull back like he's cocked and ready to punch somebody. And who was that supposed to be? Ty Woods? You didn't hear Ty Woods tell you that, did you? No. You didn't hear a thing from Ty Woods. You heard the people that are trying to protect themselves from what they did tell you that that's why Tyler Rich just had to haul off, even though he was over here talking to Tyler Da Silva, and punch Mr. Valley, who again still had not pulled out a knife, even though he's got it in his pocket. Didn't even pull it out to say, hey, whoa guys, this is looking a little dangerous here. I think maybe you should all know, back off. No, at that point, Tyler Da Silva's still thinking he's gonna make peace because he knows somebody's cousins. They know his cousins. Ricky Fiola and Tanner Chanowski are proof that everybody there knew what they were planning to do because they had their cameras ready to go. So those are the kind of folks that are kicking and stomping and punching Tyler Da Silva and Mr. Valley while they're down on the ground. And the first three folks that get stabbed, look at their wounds. Again, Faison Teal. He told you, well, I was sort of over on the side, and then I came in and I started getting in a few, what did he call them? Light stomps? Medium stomps? You ever been medium stomped? Anybody? What's a medium stomp? A stomp is a stomp. A stomp is somebody down on the ground. You don't stomp somebody who's standing up, do you? No. No more than you stab somebody in the legs unless you're down on the ground. Look at those wounds. One to the back of the leg. A couple to the front. Those are wounds that you give somebody when you're down on the ground. You don't bend down and give a couple here and a little there and let me get one in the back. It's just not how that happens. It happens fast because you're frightened and you're panicked and you're scared and you have a reason to believe that you've got to do that because nothing else is stopping them. In fact, you heard Mr. Valley. It scared him even more after he had to do that because it didn't stop. And you've got Ryan Hines. Look at his injuries. One to the ribs. What, when you're over top of him? When you're punching him in the face? Then further down on the side, and finally one down on the hip flank area. Again, what did he do? Mr. Valley was standing with him and went, one here, one here, one here, and one there. It makes no sense. It's not the way this happened. It's not the way self-defense happens. Again, it's not complicated. Doesn't mean it's not hard. Doesn't mean it's not difficult, the decision that you have to make. But it is not complicated. It is simple. He's down on the ground. He's getting beat. He's getting stomped. The same thing is happening to his friend. Nothing is telling them that's going to end unless he makes it stop. So with his arm pinned behind him while he's getting stomped and kicked, boom, Ryan Hines. Tommy Connery tells you he comes over and separates them, right? And he takes his place. Takes his place over top of him, pounding him on him? No, he's over there as well, getting in his kicks. His leg gets stuck, gets the side, the back, right? Now Ryan Hines tells you after he got stabbed, that was it. He had nothing to do with what happened to Tyler DeSilva. You know that's not true because you saw that video. You saw that green hoodie, black shorts with the white trim right over there on top of Tyler DeSilva, kicking him and stomping him with the rest of the group. Part of the state's argument here is simple. Who are you going to believe? Our witnesses or your lying eyes? Look at the video. Watch it, and you will see there are two groups here. You will see one group breaks off. That's the group that is beating on Mr. Valley, and then you can see them shove him into the road. He walks to the car. Thank goodness, at that point, Tanner Chernowski was filmed. Because what do we see? Camera pans over. He's looking. What's he looking at? He's looking at where Mr. Valley is. Mr. Valley's by the car. He opens the door briefly. You see the light come on inside, the interior light. And then you see his head go just like this. Right? And we can see the side of his face. We see the profile. And you can almost hear the wheels clicking inside Tanner Chernowski's mind. It's like, what's he looking at? Now you see the camera pan again. Boom. What does that camera pan right to? Tyler DeSilva on the ground, surrounded, getting pounded on by a number of kids, right? Kids that are saying, yeah, come on, get some. Who wants a piece of this? Yes, sir. That's what's going on. Any indication those kids are going to just stop that at that point? No. Not a single reason to believe that they're going to stop. They didn't stop with my client until he had used that knife. And they gave him no reason to think that they were gonna until he used that knife. That knife was a tool. It was the only tool that he had available to him to survive that night. That was the specific intent that he had. The states charge specific intent crimes. Again, they're right about specific intent, but it's not specific intent to murder. It's not specific intent to assault. It's specific intent to survive. Because he had no reason to believe that they were going to just let him, that was going to stop. They were intent on pummeling him into unconsciousness at best, serious physical harm, almost certainly, and no way to know whether or not that was going to stop until he was dead. Just not. If you want to believe otherwise, ask yourself why. You're going to get an instruction on implicit bias. Is there something about the way my client looks, the way I am, that makes you think he's any less believable than those kids? That he deserves to have self-defense available to him any less than any one of us? That those kids, if they were down in that same position, wouldn't have done that exact same thing? Would it change your mind if he'd had a screwdriver with a 3-inch shaft in his pocket and that he pulled that out and used it? He'd have the same wounds, stabs and punctures. This is what self-defense looks like. Most of us have never had to think about that before, right? What does self-defense look like? I don't know. Maybe I saw it in a movie or something. There's no manual for self-defense. When you're down on the ground, there's no handbook that you can pull out and be like, page 1, getting stomped by group of, how many of you are here? Okay. Doesn't work like that. The law doesn't require you to go through that. Because if it did, you'd be dead. maybe that's something that you've never thought about with the law. But I asked you guys, I know I did. Can you follow the law even if you don't like it? And I probably gave you some ridiculous example, like, have you ever heard the song, I Can't Drive 55? Right? There's a guy who doesn't like the speed limit rules, and he says he can't follow them. Well, this is a lot more serious than that, right? This is, can you follow the law even if you don't like the fact that somebody died? But the law is, you just have to make a reasonable choice. Did he have a reason to do what he did? Yes. Do you have any reason to doubt that? What is it? Because Tyler DeSilva told you that the fight was over when he got back over there? You saw Tyler DeSilva in that video. He didn't think the fight was over. He's in the street, hitching up his pants, facing back towards the group. And we can't see Raul at that point. Tanner's perspective is over here. We can see Jimmy McGrath a little bit on the side. And you heard Mr. Valley tell you. They were forming a semicircle. They were forming a horseshoe. And I asked all of those witnesses who watched that video, where did those kids go? Where was Charlie Connery coming from? Followed by 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 kids. Who were those kids that were following him? One of them was Matthew Lockridge. One of them was Jimmy McGrath. Where were they coming from? Watch that video. Use the frame by frame. Go through that part closely. You'll see exactly where they were coming from. They're coming from just having been involved with the fight with Lito that shoved him out into the grass, out into the street. That's exactly where they're coming from. Now, he didn't have time to identify anybody. He didn't know Jimmy McGrath. That's probably the tragedy, the most tragic thing of this whole thing. These kids are practically strangers, at least when it comes to Mr. Valley, as to all of them. And with a stranger, you can't know. What is that person going to do? You have to make your decisions based on the information that they're giving you at that moment. Again, what's the information that he's got? These are kids that are going to attack the car. These are kids that are going to stomp, kick, punch, gang up on, film it, record it. For what? I asked Tanner Chernowski, why are you recording this? Oh, I don't know. I just do that. And then at some point he admitted to collect memories. He thought this was going to be a memory that he wanted to keep before he knew what the tragic outcome was. But when he thought it was just a beating and an assault that was going to go on, yeah, that was a memory he wanted to collect. That's who Tanner Chernowski is. That's who these other kids were. Now, some of you might be thinking, well, when he comes back onto the grass and he passes by Tyler DeSilva, at that point, you know, I can't see any of those other kids that are there. I just see Tyler, and then I see a little bit of Jimmy. Well, you see a little bit more than that. Right? See that hand? Remember that hand down here around the back on Jimmy? It's not his hand. It's Matt Lokovich's hand. Because they're side by side. Because they are part of a semicircle. This is a group that has been acting as a group the entire time. You're telling me all of a sudden this group has decided, oh, let's split up, let's single out. No. And in fact, you can see in the video, across the way, there's another person on the other side of Mr. Valley. He's got on a dark top and there's some sort of white lettering across the top. You may remember I was trying to point that out. You're going to have that evidence. Take a look at it. And ask yourself about perspective, right? Because when we're looking at things one way, we can see it like this, and these things appear to be very distant and far apart. But if I shift over here, now it looks like something else is in front. And ask yourself, wait a second. He steps into that place. These kids are all around him. They don't just disappear. And you say, okay, well, hold on. Charlie Connery's yelling, he's got a knife, he's got a knife. These kids are all backing up, right? Makes perfect sense, right? Thank you, Charlie. You solved that one for us. I think he did, inadvertently. Do you tell somebody who's running out of a house fire, fire, fire! I gotta warn you about the fire that you're running away from. No, you don't. You warn somebody about a danger that they are running into. And that's exactly what was happening here. He's got a knife, he's got a knife. Guys, don't go rush him. You need to back up. That's who you warn. You don't call off people that are already calling themselves off. Again, that just doesn't make sense. And you don't have to believe those witnesses just because it's their friend who died. You don't. And you shouldn't. And you wouldn't under any other circumstances. Some of you have experience doing workplace investigations. You know this is way more serious. These stakes are so high. Why are you going to believe these witnesses and this evidence under circumstances like this, when you wouldn't believe these folks, knowing what you know about them, their selective memory, their efforts to minimize and generalize and anonymize, not put themselves or their friends in any danger? Lay it all on him. So your duty is to look at this situation, the circumstances that my client faced as they were at that time. It's at least 20 versus 2. It's at least that. Could have been more. Some of these folks told you, oh, well, there's people watching. They're just sitting. They're just watching. Okay. You want to believe that, there's probably nothing I can tell you or should even argue to you. These folks had sprayed WD-40 in his face. These folks, 20 versus 2. That's 40 fists, 40 feet and legs. There's nothing that says the force he uses to defend himself under those circumstances has got to be identical. Just because they have fists and feet doesn't mean he can only punch and kick back. That's not what self-defense requires. It simply requires reasonable. Is it reasonable to use a 3-inch pocket knife that you didn't bring, but that you have in your pocket because your friend gave it to you? Under those circumstances? Of course it is. Look at these wounds. Jimmy McGrath, 1 wound. That's it. He's not trying to stab him over and over and over. He steps into this situation. Look at the amount of time between the time he steps onto the grass. And again, perspective. They want to try and tell you that that kid on the far side of him is not lined up with Mr. Valley. Look at the grass underneath their feet. Valley's on the grass. That kid's on the grass too. The line of the curve goes just like this. You know about horizon and perspective? They're almost side by side, those 2 kids. The other kids haven't gone anywhere. It's wet. You remember me asking all these kids, is it dark, wet, rainy, misty? I don't remember. You can see it in the video. You can see rain beating on the windows of the cars. Of course it's wet. And you heard Taylor Capella tell us he came onto the grass and he slipped. He spun around. And Mr. Valley told you he got punched. Somebody swung at him. Did you see Matt Lockovich's hand on Jimmy's back? Then all of a sudden it's gone. You can infer what happened there. Matt Lockovich takes a swing at him, and Mr. Valley told you, I just swung, I put everything I had into it, I was terrified. These kids hadn't stopped before when they were stomping me and I had to use that. They weren't stopping now. Did he have have a safe retreat that he could completely and safely retreat? Of course not. Last time that he had tried to get up, these kids tackled him and went down again. And here they were coming again. And we know they were coming again because we hear them being warned. He's got a knife. He's got a knife. Again, you're not telling that to somebody who's not walking towards that danger you're trying to walk him off, who's not rushing towards that person once again. Mr. McGrath is holding the edge. These are all football players, right? They know what it means to hold the edge. He's holding the edge, that horseshoe, that semicircle. He is a threat just as much as anybody else in that mob at that point. Those are the circumstances that Mr. Valley was facing. That's what you have to judge him on. And if you want to believe these kids, look, you've heard about consciousness of guilt, right? Why have we heard this evidence about consciousness of guilt? It doesn't change anything about what happened down there on the ground at that point. It's just another effort to make my client look like some sort of criminal mastermind. He knew to go out and throw the knife into the woods. Well, let's talk about that. Who told us that that's what happened? Only one person. Jack Snyder. When he's in here singing for his supper, the jailhouse keys ringing in his ear, he's trying to give you something, trying to give the state something, to believe him. Oh, they haven't found a knife. I'll tell him he threw the knife down at the end of Adams, in the cul-de-sac. And then Shelton PD, Detective Bango tells you, oh, we went out, we looked for the knife, we couldn't find it. No knife. I guess that means Jack Snyder must be true. I guess Jack Snyder must be telling us the truth now about this. Tyler DeSilva doesn't tell you anything about that. He's in the car. It stops. Nearly hits his head on the back seat. He's screaming at Jack about something. 1 or 2 seconds later, Mr. Valley hops back in the car. Mr. Valley told you. I got out of the car. I was feeling some pain. I looked at my ribs. He didn't tell you that he had the knife or that he did something with it. He told you he lost that knife, right? And he told you he lost that knife as he was running back, trips and falls. And what's he got on his hands? You've seen it. He's got 2 big, nasty strawberries on the heels, palms of his hands, exactly like somebody would have when they fell to the asphalt. Like it looks like road rash. And he lost the knife at that point. Do you have any more reason to believe Jack Snyder about anything, let alone that? Of course not. Ask yourself, if you want to believe him, why? Why do I want to believe Jack Snyder so badly? He's not giving you any reason to believe him. The text messages. Again, here's my client, criminal mastermind, conscious of guilt. So he's texting with his girlfriend, who's also, no, she's 17. He's 16, she's 17. They're texting back and forth like he's gonna convince her that he wasn't there. That doesn't make any sense. He was panicked. He was still scared. He had no idea what had just happened. Look what he'd just been through. He's not gonna convince her that I wasn't there. And then he goes to Florida. He's 16. He doesn't go to Florida because he's trying to get away from things and he knows that he can go down there and escape. I don't even know if you can get on a flight when you're only 16 years old. But he gets on that flight because that's what his parents told him to do. And that's what you do when you're 16. When your parents tell you we're going to Florida. It's not a mastermind move on his part. It's just trying to make him look bad. He doesn't need any help looking bad, okay? Again, bless his heart, there was a whole lot of stupid going around that night. That's my client that I'm talking about. Valley is no different than any of these other kids. And if you're telling yourself for some reason that you think that he is, ask yourself why. Look at the situation all these kids were in that night. How did they get there? These kids at 43 Laurel Glen Drive were like torches. My client and his friends, they were like straw. Throw those torches in there, put them all together. There's absolutely no way to know what is going to happen as that wildfire starts to catch and goes round on the front lawn of 43 Laurel Glen Drive. But he certainly knew as he was down on the ground that folks weren't stopping with the stomping. They weren't stopping with the kicking and the punching. And so he used that knife, a tool to survive. If you're down in the bottom of a hole, dirt's being shoved on top of you, you're going to use a shovel to climb your way out. That's what he was doing that night. You have every reason to believe that.
Or a little bit over, so if you wrap it up.
Thank you, Your Honor. Folks, I'm not going to apologize for taking up a little bit more time. I do want to thank you for listening. I hope you will look at that evidence. I hope you will take your time with it. I hope you will all understand this is probably the most important thing you've ever been asked to do in your lives. And I will tell you that the law requires you, despite the tragic ending in this case, the law requires you to find my client not guilty. Thank you.
Thank you, Chancellor. I am going to go ahead and take a quick break before we continue on with the state's argument. So we'll stand in recess until 12:15. We'll come back at 12:15. 12:15.
Yes, girl. He said he was not going to apologize for taking up more time than necessary, but the law requires that we find his defendant not guilty. Interesting. So I am about to post a Kohlberger update just because we watched it yesterday and we didn't talk about it. So be on the lookout for that if you're on my TikTok, even though I don't like TikTok right now. On my YouTube for sure. And then I'm trying to get caught up on Millie. So there's been a lot of things that have been filed, y'all. And I find it very interesting. I haven't posted about Millie in a minute. It's one of the popular topics that kind of come out of my channel. And so I really have to get up. It looks like there was a response to the order to show cause against the Broward State and to the attorney who posted those autopsy photos. But it looks like the defense withdrew their motion. And then it looks like there's a motion out there for a continuance. And the state has filed a response to Miss Liberty's motions about Detective Christina Luna. And remember, she executed that search warrant on Raven Liberty's iCloud account, and when they went to depose her, she wouldn't talk. So the state filed a response to that, and the defense has filed another motion to compel. So I gotta get caught up, y'all. It's a lot kind of going on, and yeah, and the state has also filed a motion today saying that, wait a minute, please take note that the undersigned assistant state attorney will call up for hearing before the Honorable Martin Fine Judge of the Circuit Court in Room This, Fort Lauderdale, Florida, on Monday, July 7th, at 8:45, or as soon as thereafter, counsel may be heard on the following motion to continuance. Oh, so the state is also asking for a continuance for the motion hearing, basically arguing that the trial is at a state anyway because of the appellate hearings, and they basically claiming that They don't got no, ain't nobody gonna be available to be there. They could be available at 3 o'clock, which is what they claimed that they originally agreed to, but they will not be available at 8:45. So very interesting things happening. But as always, the hearing is approaching, so you know what that means. Drama, drama, drama. There's always gonna be drama right before the hearing. So that's the thing. Now we were watching Karina yesterday, and we're gonna pick Karina ass back up with her. Yeah, we're gonna pick Karina ass back up. So I'm gonna actually go back to yesterday's, and we're gonna bounce over there for a second. I need to go to day one. I like court TV. I do not like line crime for real. All right, we're gonna go back over to day one. I remember the officer's testimony. They took their lunch break. All right, so we're gonna pick up with this other officer here. Girl, I think he gonna get convicted of manslaughter
Officer, you
fee.
come on up and have a seat to my far left, if you would, sir. So there's a microphone on there. If you could turn that, there's a little button at the bottom there. Nope, on the top. This is it. There you go. Yep, you can adjust that however you'd like, sir. All right. Deputy Foster, I'm going to go ahead and swear you in. Please raise your right hand. Sir, do you swear or affirm that the testimony you'll be giving in these proceedings will be the truth?
Yes.
All right, and then for the record, can you please provide us with your first and last name and spell them?
Travis Foster, Travis Foster.
Right, thank you. Mr. Engel, you may begin.
Thank you, Judge. Deputy Foster, how are you employed?
I am employed as a deputy sheriff with the Powashik County Sheriff's Office
How long have you been so employed?
for 3 years.
How long have you been employed in law enforcement generally?
Almost 9.5 years.
Could you just briefly outline for the jury your education and training that qualifies you for that work?
My formal education, I have a AA degree in liberal arts and an AAS degree in criminal justice from Indian Hills Community College. I also have a Bachelor of Arts degree in interdisciplinary studies from Iowa State University, and I have a Master of Arts degree in criminal justice from Arizona State University.
Can you talk a little bit about your training that you received as a member of law enforcement?
Yep, I started law enforcement in 2016 and graduated the Law Enforcement Academy in October of 2016. Since graduating, I've completed an additional 620 hours of training to include multiple courses in interview and interrogation, search warrant writing, advanced OWI detection, and training in various types of criminal investigations to include narcotics, financial exploitation, sexual exploitation, and homicides and missing persons cases.
Okay. Can you talk a little bit about your duties generally?
Currently, I'm assigned to night shift patrol, so I respond to calls, take reports, and do my own investigations.
Investigations into what types of cases?
Sexual abuse, financial exploitation, theft, burglary, other various types of OWI investigations as well.
Were you employed by the Tama County Sheriff's Office in 2021?
Yes,
Were you on duty on the morning of June 18th of 2021?
yes.
Were you dispatched to an address at K Avenue?
Yes, I was dispatched to 1846 K Avenue,
Do you remember about what time that dispatch call came in?
4:39 a.m.
What was the nature of the information that you received?
Dispatch advised us that someone had been shot and that they were currently bleeding.
I'm going to ask you to slow down just a little bit, maybe move that mic back just a little. Thank you. I'm just having a little bit of trouble understanding you. If I understand correctly, you said dispatch advised that someone had been shot and was currently bleeding.
Yes.
Did you have any other information at that time?
They stated they were trying to get more information, but it couldn't get anything from the reporting party.
With that information, what did you do?
I responded to the scene.
What's the first thing you observed when you arrived?
When I arrived on scene at 4:46 a.m. and walked up to the entrance of the residence, I observed 2 adults, 1 male, 1 female. The male was later identified as Aaron Cooper, and he was consoling the female who was identified as Karina Cooper.
So the first thing you did then is you arrived on scene, you walk towards the house, and you see these 2 individuals, Karina Cooper and Aaron Cooper.
Yes,
Did you attempt to engage with them?
yes.
For what purpose?
I asked Aaron what happened, or excuse me, I asked him where the other deputy was and where the victim was, and he advised that Deputy Fangman and his brother were inside the residence in the living room.
And this is implied by your response, but other members of law enforcement were already at the scene.
Deputy Fangman was, yes.
Do you recall what time you arrived at the scene?
4:46 a.m.
Were you able to obtain any information from Karina Cooper at that time?
No,
Explain.
she was hysterical, and I would consider her inconsolable at that point, so I didn't attempt to talk to her.
Aaron Cooper advised you that Deputy Fangman was inside,
Yes.
that his brother was inside as well. What did you do then with that information?
I went inside, walked through the kitchen, the dining room area, and made contact with Deputy Fangman inside the living room and observed the victim deceased in the recliner.
What were your initial observations of the scene?
After briefly speaking to Deputy Fangman, we both went over to the deceased and observed that he had blood coming out of his nose, his mouth, and his ears, and that there was a large pool of what appeared to be blood that had started to coagulate or dry, and then there was also blood spatter on the wall behind the recliner.
You saw blood spatter on the wall behind the recliner. You saw blood on the floor that you said you believed had started to dry.
It appeared to have started dry, yes.
Did you make any observations of Ryan Cooper himself?
He was deceased and had blood coming out of his ears and his mouth and his nose.
Any observations of the blood that you observed on his person?
It was on his face, on his body.
Did that appear to be dry or was that more wet?
Both.
Both?
Yeah. Some appeared on his face appeared more dry. Other parts of his body appeared to be more wet.
What are your duties then at that time? So you've entered this residence, you believe that Ryan Cooper is...
The state needs a few extra minutes.
I'm sorry, Your Honor?
The state needs a few extra minutes on your closing.
That's fine, Your Honor.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Counsel, thank you. Please stipulate to the return order.
State or stipulate. It's been stipulated, Your Honor.
I would invite the state back up to enter.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon. This is my second opportunity to address all of you. It's funny that I'm listening to counsel's argument about there was a lot of Tyler DeSilva, Jack Snyder in there. This case does not rise and fall with Tyler DeSilva and Jack Snyder. The warrant was signed, you heard from Detective Bango, on Monday the 16th. So the warrant was signed, there was enough probable cause at that point, and the investigation was still unfolding. But there was enough to arrest the defendant for what he did that night. Tyler DeSilva and Jack Snyder approached us 6 months later because they had information. And they want you to discredit everything that Tyler DeSilva and Jack Snyder said. But you have to look at it. Remember when during voir dire, I asked all of you, how do you determine credibility? Are you just going to sit there and look and hear, listen to what they have to say? What's their demeanor? But isn't it, use your common sense. How does what one witness say, how does it marry up to other witnesses' testimony in the entire case? Tyler DeSilva and Jack Snyder are not the only people that heard the defendant ask for the knife then. Keenan Frasick did, Demetrius Arfanis did, Mackenzie Traficante heard somebody asking for a knife while she's walking away. There are other people that heard these things. So again, whether or not you're ready to just discredit them because they have an immunity agreement with the state of Connecticut, I suggest to you, see how the information they've provided to you in this case marries up with the rest of the case. And I would agree with the defense that there was a lot of stupidity that night. Absolutely. But the bottom line is you can't bring a knife to a fist fight. You just can't. Look at the defendant's injuries days after the incident. He's not completely beat up. It's because he took the knife out immediately and started stabbing people. You would think he would have huge contusions all over his head, and he didn't even go to the hospital. I would submit if he was that badly beat up and the only way out was I had to fight for my life. But the physical evidence does not show that. And there was testimony, his arms pinned under his body. How did he get the knife out with one hand and open it up with one hand? I would submit that's next to impossible unless you're a pro at it. I think the more likely thing that you can infer from what happened is that he took the knife out of his pocket while he was involved in the fight immediately, opened it up and started stabbing people. He wasn't on the ground like they would have you believe. He went after Tommy Connor. He stabbed Ryan Hines in the chest. It's just not reasonable to bring a knife to a fist fight. He went there looking for trouble. That's the bottom line. Because if he doesn't go back, none of this happens. But he went back. Imagine if he didn't go back with a knife, it would have just been a fist fight. That's all. But he went back with a weapon. You can't use more force than what's being used against you. And the defense would have you believe that being punched is deadly force. That's just simply not true. By the way, they want you to discredit everybody that has testified in this case. This is not a whodunit, and they agree it's not a whodunit, right? He used the defense attorney used that parking lot example. I was actually thinking about this during the break. You know, the kids that testified, they saw what happened, right? It was chaotic, but they saw what happened. And when they go and they give a statement to the police, you know, were they asked who was to the right of you, who was to the left of you? Probably not. Did they know at the time? Maybe. But now it's 3 years later, right? So it's kind of like a situation where you're in a parking lot and you park your car. Now, all of you came here, you parked your car. Did you look to the right? Did you notice what color the car was next to you? Maybe some of you did. Maybe some of you didn't. But you knew you parked next to a car, right? Now imagine that happening, and then you see somebody being chased in the parking lot and getting stabbed with a knife, right? Now that's a horrific event that you've just witnessed. And you give a statement to the police, right? And you see, you're not going to say yourself, well, I parked next to the red car. Maybe you remember that at the time. So now fast forward 3 years later, I guarantee each and every one of you would recall that horrific event happening. But if you got on the stand and I said, well, what color was the car to the right of you? You can't recall. What color was the car to the left of you? I can't recall. Do you know if there were cars next to you? Yeah, I know there were cars next to me. I just don't recall what color. So the reality is the color of the car or the person that was standing next to anybody necessarily in and around that area, in this fight, this chaotic scene, is that important in the grand scheme of things, right? Does it make a fact and evidence more or less probably not, right? Because listen, there were a lot of people around, a lot of people were watching. There was 2 or 3 kids fighting at any given time, right? We've seen that, we've seen the video, but does it really make a difference if, you know, Taylor Capella told she was standing next to who? Michaela Holt, right? She remembered her. Maybe there was somebody else next to her she can't recall. Tommy Connor was standing in the driveway at any given time when the car first arrived. Yeah, I knew I was there. I was talking to people. I just can't remember exactly who I was talking to. But does that really matter in the grand scheme of things when we know the car arrived at 43 Laurel Glen? There was this confrontation. The car was shook. The car was hit, and they took off. And according to people inside the car, it was scary. We didn't want to be there. We wanted to get out of there. And the defendant told you that. Again, assess his credibility, because when he's down the street, he arms himself with a knife and comes back. If you're really that scared, why would you go back and confront 30 kids who just shook the car? I mean, that makes no sense to me. So, I mean, look, the defendant was angry. We don't know why he was angry. It's because of the car. We've heard testimony about that. It's because, these kids really messed up the car and he was pissed off, and it was almost like they one-upped him. He had already had one up on Ryan Hines back on Lazy Brook because he tuned him up with the helmet after he sucker punched him from behind. But now that they disrespected Jack Snyder's car, let's go back. Let's go back. If things go sideways, guess what? I got a plan B. That was the plan. Might have been a stupid plan, but that's what happened. That's the bottom line. This is not something that happened, I would say instantaneously. As soon as he gets hit, he takes the knife out. He's not waiting to get pounded on. No, there's no way. If he was getting pounded on the way the defense suggests he was, he would have more injuries that we would have seen after the fact. And he simply did not. And by the way, the defendant testified when he was running out of there after he stabbed McGrath in the chest, he dropped the knife. The cops looked for the knife all in that area. They couldn't find the knife. They actually walked up and down the street. They held the area. They looked for the knife the next day. No knife. And the information that Jack Snyder and Tyler DeSilva gave us, right? We didn't know where the knife came from. We knew the defendant had a knife. We didn't know how he had the knife or where it came from. Jack Snyder gave us that information. He came to us. We didn't go to him. But even if you take DeSilva and Snyder out of it, it's still the defendant going back to 43 Laurel Glen with a knife. There were people in his car that he went to high school with that heard him ask for a knife. He went there, he got out of the car, he went in and provoked the fight and instigated the fight, and it started. He took it out and started stabbing kids because that's what he wanted to do. And then once he was able to get out of there, he went back in for more. And they have to have you believe that, he was being approached or surrounded when he came back into the fold. He has a duty to retreat. You can't come back into a fist fight with a knife. It's just not reasonable. It's not reasonable. Even if you believe that self-defense applies to the first 3 kids that are stabbed, even if you believe that, it certainly does not apply to Mr. McGrath. Because again, self-defense is not retaliatory. It's not punitive. It's defensive. You can't do things like this and then turn around and claim self-defense. He came back from the car. Charlie yelled, "He's got a knife," and within seconds he turned around and stabbed McGrath in the chest. They want to have you believe that he slipped. He slipped. It was a purposeful stab in the chest, right? So again, when we're talking about intent, specific intent, the areas of where the wounds were inflicted, right? The number of wounds inflicted, the defendant's manner and how he conducted himself that night, both at Lazy Brook and later that night. He did not have to go back to that house. It's as simple as that. He did not have to go back. But if he was going back, he was going back with a plan B. That's as simple as that. And that conduct cannot be excused. It's a horrific event. It's terrible. It's a tragedy. That cannot happen. Because if that happens all the time, then this is a very different world we live in. And I asked him on a cross-examination, when you got out of there and you left and you went home, after you texted Mackenzie, you didn't call the cops at that point, did you? Nope. You went to Florida, right? Yep. Did you call the cops when you were in Florida? Nope. After you learned the severity of the situation, did you call the cops and tell them, hey, this is what happened, I was pummeled, I was acting in self-defense? Nope. So again, I would submit to you that, yeah, he knew what he was doing. And as soon as he stabbed those kids and he told Jack and they got out of there and they went down to Adams Drive and he got rid of the knife. Why are we getting rid of the knife? Call the cops. This just happened. It's horrific, but this is what, got rid of the knife, got rid of the evidence. Tells his girlfriend I wasn't there, didn't want to put anything in writing, God forbid. Because if he said, yeah, you know what, I was really getting pummeled, I had to stab those kids to get out of there. I was really fighting for my life. Didn't say that in the text. Just said, nope, I wasn't there. It wasn't me. I don't know what you're talking about. You know I wasn't there. And then he told Tyler De Silva subsequent to that he messed up. He knew. He knew. You know, the judge is going to give you, you know, a self-defense instruction. And again, it's only justified when a person reasonably believes that such force is necessary. Reasonably believes. The first thing he didn't do is he didn't punch back, he didn't kick. He grabbed that knife. Again, you're going to hear the judge instruct that a person must not use more force than he reasonably believes is necessary. I would submit on that night, he used more force than was reasonably necessary. And state submits that we've proven that beyond a reasonable doubt. We also submit that he provoked the fight. You're going to hear some disqualifiers. If you believe the state has proven the disqualifiers, one or all of them, doesn't matter. If you believe we've proven those disqualifiers beyond a reasonable doubt, then he cannot avail himself of the self-defense claim. So under provocation, you're going to hear the judge instruct that a circumstance under which a person is not justified in using any degree of physical force in self-defense against another person is when he provokes the other person to use physical force against him. The defendant must have specifically intended to provoke another into using physical force and then use force to defend himself from the ensuing force that he provoked that person to use against him. You're also going to hear about the initial aggressor. The instruction that with regards to that is another circumstance under which a person is not justified in using any degree of physical force in self-defense against another is when he is the initial aggressor in the encounter with the other person and does not both withdraw from the encounter and effectively communicate his intent to do so before using physical force. He also has a duty to retreat. You're going to be instructed that two conditions must be met. A complete safe retreat is available to him, and he knows he can avoid the necessity of using deadly physical force by making a complete safe retreat. Self-defense cannot be retaliatory. It must be defensive. It's not punitive. You know, it's again, if you look at if you look at everybody's testimony, they would need you to disbelieve everybody's testimony in this case for you to not find that the state has proven this case beyond a reasonable doubt. If you looked at Jack Snyder and Tyler Silva, took them out of it and just listened to everybody else that testified, I would submit that there is more than enough evidence to determine that this defendant brought a knife to a house he shouldn't have been at, and he used that knife. And after he used it, he went back in and he stabbed McGrath for no good reason. But I would submit that he formed the intent to kill him when he turned to him and lunged at him and stabbed him in the chest. You heard the testimony of the doctors, of the medical examiner. These were not slash wounds, these were puncture wounds, purposeful puncture wounds. You know, the fight lasted about 30 seconds. You heard evidence of that, 17 of which it was video recorded. I know the defense counsel wants to point out that McGrath was involved in some of it. Unclear. You're the judges of that. But even if he was, like I said before in my opening remarks, self-defense cannot be retaliatory. You can't come back and say, well, listen, man, you were pushing me into the road. Sorry, I'm going to stab you. You can't do that. I mean, what kind of world do we live in? Yeah, it's not right that there's fistfights. It happens. But, I mean, look, Tyler De Silva was getting beat up, but he wasn't getting completely demolished. I mean, at some point, they threw him out in the street, and they said, get out of here. It was over. And, Ryan Hines, Faison Teal, Tommy Connor, they came in and they told you what their part was in the whole situation, right? Tommy Connery, I would submit, there's no self-defense claim against him. He was trying to get in there and breaking things up, pushing him away. Why did he deserve to get stabbed? And I would submit Ryan Hines, yeah. Ryan Hines said, I hit him punched him a couple times, but that's his fist. It's not a knife. If Ryan Hines had a weapon, it would be a different story. If Faison Teal had a weapon, this would be a different story. If Tommy Connery had a weapon, this would be a different story. And if Jimmy McGrath had a weapon, this would have been a different story. But the bottom line is you can't escalate the fight. And that's exactly what the defendant did. Counsel indicated on his closing argument that Tyler Rich wanted him on the lawn. That's simply not true. And we have evidence of that down at 36 Laurel Glen. They ran down there, they're arguing back and forth, things are being thrown, but there's no physical altercation. Why would you, let's wait and see if they come back. Let's fight on the lawn. I mean, just have the fight down the street. They didn't fight down the street. That's the whole point. They wanted them out of here. Again, the judge is going to instruct you on what specific intent is. And no, there's no time, no particular time necessary, no length of time necessary to form the intent. I know, counsel, did he wake up in the morning? Yeah, I'm going to go kill somebody, stab some kids. Of course not. Of course not. But if that were the case, if we had to prove that somebody woke up in the morning saying, I'm going to go stab people or shoot people or kill people, then we would never be able to prosecute anybody, because that's a tough thing to prove. And that's the point, because it's the conduct at the time that it happens, right? That's how you can infer what his intent was. He created this specific intent when he decided to take out that knife and escalate the fight and stab him. And you heard everybody testify. I think I asked every person that testified that, when you involved in the fight, did you have a weapon? What did you witness about the fight? Did you see anybody with weapons? Nobody had weapons there. It was a high school fight. A high school fight that the defendant escalated. And the interesting thing is, defense counsel didn't really spend much time on Taylor Capella and Charlie Connery. Those are the two individuals that actually saw the defendant stab McGrath, right? Turn to McGrath and lunge at him. Who was Charlie standing next to? Do you think Charlie wasn't, a lot of these kids, they were kids at the time. Their memories maybe have faded a bit. I don't recall exactly where, Ricky Fiola was at any particular time. I don't recall if I was in the basement, on top of the basement, outside the basement. But the story is the same. The horrific event that is etched in their minds forever is the same. They recall this defendant, who had no right to be there, come back to that house and stab 4 of their friends. This is not about protecting people. They got to understand, we were underage drinking. There was a fight. People were punching people, and it wasn't right, sure. But who were they protecting? Who were they protecting? They just came in here and told their story from their perspective. And does it mean that because one person's perspective as to where they were standing or who they were standing with, and the other person doesn't remember them standing next to that person, does that mean that it's a lie, as the defense would have you believe? I would submit no. Because if you don't recall sitting next to each other a year from now, but you recall me arguing to you and the defense attorney arguing to you, that's all that matters, right? Because it's what you're perceiving here, not really in your periphery necessarily. I mean, you may remember it, but does that matter is the question. Does it matter who was standing next to you at any particular time? And the defense attorney wants you to ask yourself, does a lot of it make sense? And the thing that I would submit to you that doesn't make any sense at all is if you were truly scared of the 10 to 12 to 15 to 20 kids that just rocked the car and threw stuff at the car, if you were panicked, why would you go back and want to confront them? At the end of the day, that makes zero sense. It makes zero sense unless you had some courage in you, and you had some courage in you because you had a weapon. That's the only reason that would make sense. Because he went there, he had the intent to hurt somebody there, especially if the fight got physical. They want you to believe that the knife was the only tool that he could use to survive. I mean, he's not, in the Amazon. This is a high school fight, fist fight. That wouldn't have happened, by the way, if he didn't go back. The only kids seriously injured here were Ryan, Faison, Tommy, and Jimmy. He didn't get seriously injured. You can't bring a weapon to a fist fight. You just can't do it. And to excuse this conduct would be, just wouldn't be right. Self-defense cannot be punitive. It has to be defensive. At the end of the day, that's what this case is about. And that's what they're hanging their hat on. They want you to find self-defense. Because they can't hide around the fact that the defendant brought a knife to a fist fight. That's in a nutshell, that's what it is. So, you have a tough job, absolutely, because you have to look at every element of the charge. Did the state prove it beyond a reasonable doubt? Did we prove the specific intent to cause serious physical injury with a weapon with regards to Hines and Tommy Connery? Did we prove the specific intent to cause physical injury with a weapon for Faison Teal? And did we prove that the defendant had the specific intent to kill Jimmy McGrath and cause his death? I submit to you that if you look at the conduct of the defendant, bringing that knife back, he could have left the knife in the car. He could have not taken the knife from Jack. Think about that. But he didn't do that. He brought the knife with him. If you look at that conduct and you're questioning, well, what was his intent? I mean, you have the Laserbrook fight too. Didn't need to helmet Hines, but he did. He helmeted the kid and then got up there and told you a different story. I think after you look at all the evidence in this case, cold, hard look at the facts, we're confident that you're going to find the defendant guilty of the murder of Jimmy McGrath, assault in the first degree for Ryan Hines, assault in the first degree for Tommy Connery, and assault in the second degree for Faison Teal. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. All right, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, yes, you have heard all the evidence that you are going to hear in the case, and you have heard closing argument. However, you have not heard the defense instructions regarding the law that you want to apply the facts that you find in this case. As you are not yet at the position to discuss this case with anyone, including your fellow jurors, okay? So you do obviously still remain duty bound by the conduct of your juror's oath and the rules of juror conduct. So do not discuss this case with anyone, including your juror. Remember that it's a rule that I put out with you day to day. We are going to move into our lunch break. After our lunch break, I'm going to come back onto the bench, do a few administrative things, and then I am going to have you brought back into the courtroom. And at that time, I will provide those instructions to you, otherwise known as the jury charge. So enjoy your lunch, get a little bit of extra time after lunch. You'll hear the charge. You'll hear from me after the charge at some point in time later today. I expect that you will begin your deliberations. However, now is not the time. Okay? Thank you so much. Have a good night.
All right, folks.
What are you attempting to do?
Determine what had happened, and we also called for our supervisor, who was the sheriff, and called for the medical examiner's office to be dispatched to the scene.
At this point, you have no information from the parties on scene, essentially, as to what had happened. Is that correct?
That's true.
Were you able then to determine, just by looking at Ryan Cooper, what had occurred?
No.
Can you explain that, please?
Well, there was a lot of blood on the floor and blood on his face, and our initial reports that he had been shot. However, by just briefly looking at him at that point, I wasn't able to locate any gunshot wounds or exit wounds, and we weren't able to locate any other holes in the walls or anything that would indicate he had been shot.
Did you have information that someone may have been in the house, or that dispatch had advised that someone may be in the house?
Yes, so the reporting party had also said someone was in the house, yes.
Did that prompt any action on your part?
After going to the body and briefly observing it, I went outside and attempted to speak to Aaron and Karina again.
You stated that you went in the house. I'll talk to you in a moment about the route that you took to get into the house. In moving through the house, both initial entry and then moving through to the living room, as you stated, did you observe any signs of forced entry?
No.
What would you be looking for when you're looking for signs of forced entry?
Well, the door frame to be busted, broken glass, or possibly pry marks showing that someone had tried to gain entry.
Were you able to look at other potential points of entry, such as windows?
Yes, there is a window in the living room directly adjacent to where Ryan was in the recliner. There was also a door in the living room.
Any signs of forced entry?
No.
There's a door, we've heard some testimony already, behind where Ryan Cooper's body was located, correct?
Yes.
When you arrived, was that door open or closed?
It was closed?
At any point, did you open that door?
No.
Did you ever, during the time that you were on the scene, observe anyone go in or out of that door?
No.
No, you didn't observe it, or no?
No, I didn't observe anyone go through that door while I was on scene.
Thank you. Judge, may I approach the witness briefly?
You may, and you don't need to ask again
Thank you.
with this witness.
Showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 313. Do you recognize what this is?
It's a layout of the house.
And that's that address at K Avenue that you responded to?
Yes, sir.
I'm going to ask you to step down with the court's permission. I'll hand you a pointer. If you could just show the jury the route that you took to enter the home and ultimately where you located Ryan Cooper's body.
Yep.
Mr. Engel, could you maybe turn on that mic and point it kind of that way? Perfect.
All right. You stated that you arrived at the scene and entered into the house. Could you show the jury which door you used to enter? All right. And then you proceeded through the house to Ryan Cooper. How did you get there?
So I entered through the door here, there's a mudroom right here, walk up the stairs, go through the kitchen, go through the hallway or the dining room area right here, and then go up to the living room, and the living room, and Ryan Cooper, and the recliner right here, and one piece of
And can I ask you to speak up just a little bit? There is a microphone there that may help. I understand that you need to step from the microphone. So you step away from that.
You can move that whole like this.
No. Oh, okay.
All right, thank you. Could you point out for the jury where that door is that's behind the body of Ryan Cooper?
Right here.
And you showed us that you went in through that mudroom and went around through the kitchen, through the hallway, and into the living room. Once you go into that, what's marked there is the mudroom door and into the kitchen, is there any other way, once you're in the house, to get through to where Ryan Cooper is, or must you follow that route that you just showed us?
Unless you open this door right here, that's the only route to avoid.
Were you able to determine, and I know some of those are marked on there, but the other rooms that are adjacent or right there on that hallway, could you point those out? What were those when you were there at the scene? What did you observe?
The bedrooms had both doors open to either bedroom as I walked by them.
And also in that hallway, there's a bathroom off that hallway, is that correct?
I believe so.
And then there's something marked on their stairs that lead to the second floor. Based on your familiarity with the scene, were you able to determine what those stairs are and where they lead to?
No, I just observed the stairs. I'm assuming they led upstairs, but I never went up there.
So based on your testimony, is it fair to say if you enter through that mudroom door, the only way to get to Ryan Cooper is to pass by that hallway, which includes the bathroom, the 2 bedrooms, and the stairs?
Yes.
All right, thank you. So you stated when you initially arrived on the scene, you engaged briefly with Aaron Cooper. You didn't attempt to speak with Karina Cooper. At any point, did you try to talk to Karina Cooper about what occurred?
Yes.
For what purpose?
To try to determine what had happened, since she was a lone adult in the house when it occurred.
Were you able to get any information out of her?
Initially is very hard to because of how hysterical she was, but she did eventually provide information.
You said she did eventually provide information.
Yes.
What was she able to tell you when you initially spoke with her?
After escorting her to my patrol vehicle, I asked her what happened, and she said that she had initially heard a loud noise in the house, and that's what had woke her up, so she exited her bedroom and went through the living room and peeked into the kitchen, didn't see anything. She then returned back to the living room and thought she heard a noise or a snore or something like that. So she turned on the light and observed Ryan deceased in the bed, in the recliner.
Did you ask her if she heard or saw anyone else in the house?
Yes.
Did she provide any information?
Initially, she screamed that, "What if they are here?" and didn't provide an actual answer.
Was the information that she had provided you consistent with anything that you observed at the scene, or had you not made any determination?
At that time, I hadn't made a determination about what had happened yet.
Did you make any efforts to obtain further information from her?
Yes, and she stated that after she initially saw Ryan, she had noticed that her other son had awakened, so she took her son and brought him into the bedroom where her other kids were, and attempted to get her gun out of her safe, but was unable to.
And I know you were just using the demonstrative there. She told you that she had taken her son with her other children and herself and locked herself in one of the bedrooms, is that correct?
Yeah, she said she didn't say she locked herself in there, but she said she retreated to her bedroom in an attempt to retrieve a gun out of her safe for self-defense.
Were you able to determine which bedroom she was talking about?
It would have been, I believe, bedroom 1 on the poster.
Judge, I'm going to put the demonstrative back on.
Okay.
Everybody on your side good? Okay.
All right. Based on the information she provided you, is your understanding that she retreated with her children to bedroom number 1?
Yes.
You said she provided you some information about a gun safe. What did she tell you about that gun safe?
She stated she wasn't able to get inside of it when she attempted to, when she retreated into the bedroom.
Did she tell you anything else about the gun safe? What type of gun was in it? Why she was trying to access it or anything like that?
No, she didn't advise what kind of firearm was in it or anything like that.
We've heard some testimony that there was a dog on the property. Did you observe this animal?
I did.
Did you talk to Miss Cooper at any point about the dog?
No.
Did she make any comments to you that you recall about the dog?
She stated the dog was barking.
Did she tell you when the dog was barking?
No, she just stated the dog was barking.
Was that in relation to her story, the version of events that she gave you?
Yes. Yes.
So at this point, the information that you received from Ms. Cooper is essentially limited to what you've testified to, is that correct?
Yes.
With that information, did you feel that you had any understanding of what had occurred?
Between what was reported and what she had told us, no.
Did you ask her further follow-up questions then regarding, for instance, the noise that she had heard?
Yes, I asked her if what she thought had fallen could have been a gunshot, and initially she said she didn't know, and then after briefly speaking with Deputy Fangman, I asked her that again, and she said she didn't know. She had never heard a gunshot before except maybe on TV, and then I inquired about her owning a gun, and she stated that she had never shot the gun that she had tried to retrieve from the safe.
So she stated she'd never even heard a gunshot?
Yes, except maybe on TV.
Were you able to locate the safe that she had referenced?
Ultimately, yes, in the bedroom.
In that same bedroom, number one?
Yes,
She had told you that she had attempted to open it but was unable to do so?
yes.
Did you yourself make any attempts to open it?
Initially, no, but we eventually went back into the bedroom and we were able to get the safe open. There were two safes. One was in the bottom of the bedroom that was already, we could open freely, and then the safe that had the firearm in it was on top of the attic, and we were able to open that as well using my own fingerprint, so.
Okay, just want to make sure I understand your testimony. So you located the safe that she referenced. You made an effort to open it, and you stated you were able to open it how?
I put my thumbprint on it and it unlocked.
Did you have any passcodes or keys to that
No,
safe?
no, we had Aaron go ask her if she knew the passcode or anything, and Aaron came back and told us that he hadn't been able to get any information from her regarding any of that.
Is this a safe that you had ever seen before or had any access to?
No.
Were you wearing a body-worn camera on that night?
I was?
And have you had an opportunity to review your body-worn camera?
Yes.
Did that fairly and accurately capture the scene and the interactions that you had on June 18th of 2021?
It did.
Judge, at this time, and I believe by stipulation of the parties, the state would move to admit some portions of that body cam marked as State's Exhibit 03.
Mr. Rothbaker?
No objection, Your Honor.
The state would also move to publish.
All right, then State's Exhibit 103 is admitted, and we'll see if we can get the publication. Oh. Okay.
Are you the firefighter? What happened?
She said,
Where's the guy with the gunshot?
my brother's in the living room.
With the other deputy?
Yeah.
had a chance to talk to them for obvious reasons. There's a handgun here.
Okay.
That was loaded.
Okay.
But I haven't found one by him, so I I don't know if you saw her, but she was literally on top of him when I came in here.
She's hysterical. I'm assuming that's the wife.
I think so. There's 3 kids in the bedroom with the door shut.
Okay. Well, call the ME and we get gloves and tell them to get hold of Dennis. County 7. That's good. Get a hold of the ME's office. Also advise 86-1, we have 1 deceased male. Yep, we already been instructed to. Did you already tell him that? Okay.
Pause it right there. This is your initial response to the scene, is that correct?
Yes.
That shows entry into the house, taking the route that you had described.
Yes.
What steps are you taking? It sounds like you had referenced contacting the ME. Who's that?
Yes, the medical examiner's office, and they would send their death investigator to assist.
Is that standard protocol?
Yes.
In instances where you're dealing with a dead body?
Yes.
And then you talked about getting a hold of Dennis as well.
Yes, he was, excuse me, he was the sheriff and our supervisor.
And again, that's standard protocol.
Yes.
What are you doing now as you've left the house after making your initial entry?
I'm going to get gloves, and I'm going to come back and talk to Aaron, or attempt to talk to Aaron and Karina.
Why don't put her in your truck?
Somebody help me
Put her in your truck.
The shop.
Huh?
Or you can put her in the shop.
Right here?
No,
Oh.
Where is the kids? Why is nobody
Hold on.
helping me now?
What's her name? What's her name?
Karina.
Karina. Your kids are in the bedroom with the door locked, okay? Is that your brother in there? Is that what you said? Did you already go in there?
Yeah.
Does he have any problems? Mental health problems or anything?
No. What'd you find?
Huh?
What'd you find? I couldn't see much.
Yeah,
With
there's
Pause it right there, mostly because that portion's kind of hard to hear. Couldn't quite hear, but it sounded like you were asking if Ryan Cooper had any medical problems, is that correct?
Medical or mental health problems, yes.
Why were you asking those questions?
Just in case if it was end up being a suicide.
And that conversation took place in the presence of Ms. Cooper, is that correct?
Yes.
Did she respond in any way to any of the questions that you were asking at that point?
No.
he unlocked.
I had one I brought. But she said somebody was in her house.
Okay.
With a face shield.
The one sitting up here?
Yeah.
That's your gun?
Camo?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's mine.
Okay.
And that final portion of the conversation conversation you were having with Aaron Cooper at that point?
Aaron, I said we had found a firearm inside, and Aaron advised me that he had brought a firearm with him because Karina had told him someone was inside and that the firearm inside was his.
All right, I think you had testified previously then that you had moved Karina to your patrol vehicle and then attempted to get further information from her, is that correct?
Yes.
And that was captured by your body-worn camera?
Yes.
Karina? I need you to tell me what happened. Can you tell me what happened?
There was a loud noise. I thought something fell. Something always falls down in this house.
Okay. And then what happened?
I got up and I peeked in the living room and then I went to the kitchen.
Okay.
There was nothing fell. I
Okay.
didn't find anything. And then I heard him snore or some weird.
Can you put them in your truck?
No, I want my kid.
Well, I'm right. We need it.
I want my baby.
They're right there, okay? They're in your brother's truck, okay? Did you see anybody else in the house?
No. No. He made a noise and I turned on the light.
And then that's when he was there in the
I
chair?
was everywhere.
Okay. But you didn't hear or see anyone else?
No, what if they're here?
What?
Here and made references to someone potentially being there at the property. Did she ever provide you with any specific name of anyone she had any particular concerns about?
No.
Did you find her to be particularly forthcoming with information?
Due to her emotional state now.
I think you had mentioned that there was a little bit of further conversation with her about a gun safe. Is that correct?
Yes.
We wasn't sure. I couldn't get that far into the call. Karina. I'll give you a call. Karina, I need you to sit up. Karina, I need you to sit up, okay? So we gotta figure out what happened, okay? The loud thump, do you think it was a gunshot or not? I know this is hard, okay, but... What?
I don't know that I've ever heard a gunshot. TV? Yeah, maybe, I don't know.
Well, you said you have a gun.
I've never even shot it.
Oh, okay. Well, I didn't know that. All right. Here, buddy.
Damn minute.
All right, so you referenced the gun safe and the gun that you had attempted to retrieve. She stated that she's never fired that gun, is that correct?
That's correct.
Mr. Engler, are we done with this at this point?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, I'm going to go ahead and clear it then.
You outlined your experience in law enforcement. Based on that experience, have you reported to scenes or spent time with individuals who either they themselves have suffered from trauma or viewed traumatic events?
Yes, I've responded to serious traffic accidents, other suicides, medical events such as CPR, or serious farming accidents where someone was either seriously hurt or killed.
And there were other family members present or who witnessed the state of the individual who had been injured or needed medical assistance?
Yes.
Have you ever seen anyone react the way that Ms. Cooper was acting?
No.
Please explain.
I've never seen someone's emotional state almost completely inhibit them from providing pertinent information to law enforcement.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Mr. Hawbaker, cross-examination?
Thank you, Your Honor. Deputy, what time of day was this?
In the morning, early morning.
Early morning.
Yes, sir.
And it's fair to say that she was, I think you said inconsolable or hysterical, right?
Yes, correct.
In some respects, that's understandable given the condition of her husband, correct?
Yes, absolutely.
Let me ask you about, like, State's Exhibit 313. See that, sir?
Yes, I can.
Did you prepare this exhibit?
Did I prepare the exhibit? No.
Is it to scale?
Is it to scale?
Yeah.
I wouldn't know. My guess is not.
I mean, I'm just trying to get the sense of the size of these rooms in this house. The size of that bathroom looks kind of disproportionate compared to other things, but you didn't prepare this, right?
No, sir.
Okay. The door that was discussed is visible behind the chair Mr. Cooper was in. At the time Mr. Cooper was shot, you wouldn't know whether that door was locked or unlocked, right?
No, sir.
Or frankly, the status of any door in the house at that time, right?
No.
In your experience, obviously you've had to respond to some traumatic events, car accidents, that sort of thing.
Yes, sir.
And in this case, Aaron Cooper, the brother of the deceased, seemed pretty calm.
Yes, I would say he was in shock.
Yeah. And so how that presents or how people present can vary along a spectrum.
Yes.
And,
Yes, it can. Yep.
I mean, an individual's reaction to trauma is very unique, right?
Yes, sir.
Nothing further. Thank you.
Mr. Engel, any further questions?
Just briefly, you stated that you believed Aaron Cooper was in shock. What makes you say that?
Just his demeanor and the look on his face when I arrived on scene. After he also had told me he had been inside. So just the totality of the circumstances.
Can you explain what you mean? Well, first, I suppose, do you have any training dealing with individuals who are in shock?
A little bit, I guess.
And when you say he's in shock, what are you referencing? What do you mean?
I'm just saying he's really taken back by what he had seen and what had occurred that day.
And based on that, that's what you believe explains his demeanor?
That he was very calm, and some people, when they see something traumatic, they have different responses, and him being calm and not really saying a whole lot, that's a typical response for someone who's seen something traumatic, especially a loved one that's deceased at the time.
Defense was asking you, people respond differently to trauma. You've certainly been to a lot of traumatic scenes and traumatic events and dealt with and talked to individuals who have experienced and seen those things. Nonetheless, you stated you've never had an instance where somebody was not able to provide any helpful information in a similar fashion to Ms. Cooper?
Yes.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Any recross?
Done, Your Honor.
All right. Thank you, sir. You are excused. Is the State prepared to call its next witness?
Yes, Your Honor, the state would call Aaron Cooper.
Good afternoon, Mr. Cooper. Yeah, you can take a seat to my far left if you would, sir. And that microphone's on. You can move it around to make yourself more comfortable with it. Sir, I'm going to go ahead and swear you in if you'd raise your right hand. Mr. Cooper, do you swear or affirm, sir, that the testimony you'll be giving in these proceedings will be the truth?
Yes.
Okay. And Mr. Cooper, if you can please just start off by giving me your first name and your last name and spelling them.
Aaron Cooper, Aaron Cooper.
All right. Thank you, sir. Mr. Ringel?
Thank you, Judge. Mr. Cooper, how are you?
Good.
Mr. Cooper, could you explain for the jury what it is that you do for work?
Farm, crop, and cattle.
How long you been doing that?
As long as I could, or have been able to.
Okay. Essentially since you were able?
Yep.
Okay.
Born and raised.
Family business?
Yep.
Was your father a farmer?
Yep.
Was your mom involved in that business as well?
Yes, for bookkeeping.
Bookkeeping. Where's the property that you're farming or properties that you're farming?
The main farm, is that what you're asking? Where I currently live.
Okay. And is that in or around Traer, Iowa?
Yeah.
You married, sir?
Yes.
And do you have any children?
3.
What are your children's names?
Aniston, Raylan, and Rory.
All right. And how are you related to Ryan?
My brother.
To your older brother or younger brother?
Older.
By how much?
4 years.
We've heard some testimony about this, but did Ryan have any children?
What's that?
Did Ryan have any children?
Yes.
How many children did he have?
4.
Did you and Ryan farm together?
Yes.
Can you explain how long you worked together in farming?
As long as I can remember.
Okay, ever since you were kids?
Yep.
So what were your respective roles then if you're both working together in farming?
No, we shared pretty much all the roles together for the most part. From planting to harvest and working cattle and hauling grain.
So when you say hauling cattle and hauling grain, I guess could you just briefly outline the operation? There's been some reference to the fact that it's a family business. What does that business look like? What components are there? If there's a hauling component, does that include trucking? Just kind of tell the jury how the whole system works.
Okay. Most of the time, like for harvest, we would haul in grain to the elevators. And then certain years we would store grain and then haul it to a facility, like a ethanol plant.
Okay. And then depending on the season, you're, like you said, planting and harvesting and everything else that goes with farming?
Yep.
Is there a trucking component to that, and is that just limited to farming?
We have a feedlot that we raise cattle at, and we haul a majority of our own cattle to market.
Okay. So do you own the land that you farm, or did you and Ryan own that land?
The farm owned all of our land.
Okay. So when you say the farm owned all of the land, are you talking about Cooper Farms?
Yes.
Is that an LLC?
Incorporated.
Okay. So everything's owned by Cooper Farms?
Mm-hmm.
So all the land is owned by Cooper Farms. What else is owned by Cooper Farms?
Our properties, our houses, the
When you say
trucks.
our houses, how many houses are we talking about?
Be me and my brothers. We have two other properties along that same highway that my parents lived at, and then an extra one.
And under this Cooper Farms umbrella, then, we have all the farm property, these houses, which include the houses that you live in,
Correct,
and the house that Ryan lived in at the time?
correct.
All right. What about farm machinery and implements?
The farm owns all those.
And you're talking about doing a lot of hauling. Were there semi-trucks and trailers as well?
Yes,
Same question. I think it's going to be the same answer. Owned by
same
Cooper
answer,
Farms?
yes, farm.
Okay. So is there any other work that you're doing in addition to farming?
No,
Are you a volunteer firefighter?
yes,
How long have you been doing that?
since 2018.
And what are your duties as a volunteer firefighter?
Any duty that's required.
Okay, such as?
Running accident scenes to house fires to medical lift assists.
So I want to talk to you about the summer of 2021. Where were you living at that time?
At my current home on the main farm.
How close was that to the house that Ryan and Karina Cooper were living in?
Probably a mile and a half.
And that's where you were living in June of 2021?
Yes.
Could you describe, you've already talked about the fact that you had children, Ryan and Karina had some children, you're living nearby one another, obviously your family.
Mm-hmm.
What's the relationship like between the two families?
Oh, I would say normal. Holidays, birthdays, get-togethers.
Okay, so the families would see each other with some frequency?
Yeah. Yeah.
And you said holidays and birthdays,
Mm-hmm.
pretty standard?
Yep.
What was your relationship with Ryan?
He was my brother. I guess I don't understand the question.
So you're working with him, how often are you seeing him?
Regularly,
Okay. Were you guys pretty close?
in a sense, yeah.
Okay. All right. Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
You may, and you don't need to ask again with this witness.
Showing you what have been marked as State's Exhibits number 303 and 304. Do you recognize what those are?
Yes.
And what are those?
Pictures of Ryan with his children.
And I'm going to move to admit and publish those photographs, Your Honor.
Any objection? No. All right, it's 303 and 304, correct?
Yes, and Your Honor, I would ask
Yeah.
that, may we approach?
You may. And 304 are admitted. And you'd like to publish these?
Yes, please.
All right, try again. All right, hold on. Well, I'll try it again. Okay.
All right, what are we seeing in exhibit number 303.
Be Ryan with all 4 of his children.
Okay. Do you remember or have any idea roughly when this was taken?
And Cortland was a baby, so roughly 9 years ago.
Okay. And this is 304. What are we looking at here?
Ryan with Cortland in our skid loader.
Okay. Same question, I think probably roughly the same answer about how old is this photo?
8 years ago, probably.
About 8 years ago? All right.
I'm bad with those.
I'm sorry. Thank you. That's fine, Your Honor. All right, so you stated that the families would do things together, birthdays and holidays. Did you take trips together as well? Just both of the families spend time with all the children?
Yes,
Okay. And how well did you know Karina?
pretty well.
How, could you explain that?
I guess I don't know how.
When did you first meet her?
I think we were down at Lake of the Ozarks.
Okay. And do you know how long she and Ryan were married before he passed away?
Not off the top of my head.
All right. Do you have an idea of how long she was somebody that was part of your family?
Roughly 10, or my wife won't be mad at me. This is, 10 plus years.
Okay. I'm going to ask you to pull that microphone just a little bit closer to you. We're having a little bit of trouble hearing you. Your Honor, could we put the lights back up? All right, so I want to talk to you then about early morning of June 18th. Did you receive a phone call from Karina Cooper on that morning?
I did.
What was the nature of that phone call?
That somebody was inside their home.
Can you describe the tone or demeanor of the conversation you had with her?
Hysterical.
So you get a call and she says someone's in their house. Did she say anything else?
Not much, just words you couldn't really come up with. It's mainly just screaming.
Did she say anything about Ryan at all?
No.
Did she mention whether Ryan was injured or bleeding?
No.
Did she ask you to call 911?
No.
Did she ask you to call for an ambulance?
No.
Do you remember roughly what time this call was?
4:30
That's 4:30 a.m. or p.m.?
a.m.
What were you thinking at that time?
At first, didn't know if it was real just because woke up out of sleep for it, but I didn't know what to think.
So what'd you do?
I grabbed a pistol that I had and went over there.
How'd you get there?
Drove
What'd you drive?
in my pickup.
Okay, so you take your pickup, you have a pistol. Do you remember which pistol that was?
It was a 9mm.
Do you remember about how long it took you to get there?
At least 5 minutes.
Okay. You said you live pretty much just up the road, right?
Yes.
All right. Describe for me then what you saw when you arrived.
Went in the house and Cable let me in, or Cade let me in, sorry. And Karina was laying across Ryan on his recliner.
Okay. So you pull into the driveway. At this point, the only information you have is that someone's in the house
Correct.
and you have your pistol. Talk to me about how you get from parking the truck. What are you seeing from the time you park the truck to the time you're getting up to the house?
I saw Cade in the window.
So you saw Cade in the window. How old was he at that point? Roughly.
11 or 12.
What were you thinking when you saw Cade in the window?
My threat level went somewhat down.
Okay, why? Should be obvious, but why?
Because if there was somebody in their house that was not supposed to be there, I wouldn't figure he would be out and about.
Okay. You said Cade let you inside.
Yes.
What door did you go in?
It'd be the door that goes into the kitchen.
Into the kitchen door. Did he open that door for you?
Yes.
What were your observations of his demeanor at that time, if any?
Mainly just looked like shock,
Okay. When you say that, what do you mean?
just confusion.
Did he say anything to you?
Not that I remember.
Are you hearing anything at this point when you get up towards the door?
Her screaming.
When you say her, you mean Karina?
Karina.
Cade lets you in. You hear Karina screaming. Cade's the one that opened the door. Where's the screaming coming from?
The
Can you
living
tell?
room. Well, I couldn't tell exactly, but it would seem like it was coming from the south side of the home.
Okay. When you say the south side, is that the side with the living room?
Yes.
Okay. When you enter that house, we've had some testimony about this before from some of the deputies that were in the house. When you enter through that, right, what's marked there, that you said the door that goes into the kitchen, I suppose, there's a mudroom there as well?
Yes, the main door entrance there.
Once you're in the house, is there any way to get over to where Ryan Cooper is in the living room without going all the way around through the kitchen and the hallway?
No.
Okay, so that's the only way to get there once you're in the house from there?
Once you're in the house, yeah.
So obviously you traveled that route to get to the living room.
Yes.
What did you see when you got into the living room?
Ryan in the chair with her on top of him.
So she's on top of him. Any other adults in the house at that point?
No.
Did you see anyone else in the house at all? Besides, obviously, you mentioned Cade.
Cable and Cortland.
Okay. Did you see them at that point, like initially, or not?
I believe so, yes.
So you said Karina was on Ryan. Could you tell what she was doing?
Not exactly, just laying on him, up against him, I guess, like face to face.
Okay, face to face?
I think, yeah.
Okay, so her face is, you're seeing her face is literally against his face?
Yeah, kind of like you would be hugging, almost.
Could you tell which side of his face her face was touching?
Be his left.
Was she doing anything? Was she moving, or was she just pressed against him?
I don't recall exactly what she was doing.
Okay. So you come in, she's sitting on top of him, her face is on the left side of his face. Did you make an attempt to touch Ryan? Or determine if he had a pulse?
Yes.
And explain that for us. What did you feel?
I remember grabbing his leg, and it, at that point, did not feel warm. It wasn't cold, but didn't feel warm. And I checked for a pulse, and got no pulse.
I'm sorry.
I did not get a pulse.
You say you touched his leg. Was that his bare leg? Was he wearing shorts?
Yes.
And you said his leg was cold?
Yeah. Yes.
Did you make any observations regarding any blood or tissue or anything else at the scene? At that point?
I noticed the blood. I mean,
What did you observe?
what's that?
What did you see?
Just blood on his
Where?
face, coming out of his nose and ears.
Any observations about the blood itself? Did it appear wet or dry, or no observation at all?
I remember it was either the nose or the ears. It seemed like it was drying or dry.
So this is the blood that's on his face. Did you see blood elsewhere in the room?
On the floor.
What observations did you make of that blood?
At that point, it looked like it was darkening. It wasn't bright red,
What did that mean to you?
that it wasn't immediately fresh.
What experience do you have that you're basing that opinion on?
Just from hunting and my own life events, if you get cut, you kind of figure what it looks like when it dries.
Did you make any attempt to talk to Karina? She's sitting on top of Ryan. She called you over there. She said someone was in the house. Did you try to talk to her at all?
Not that I recall.
Any reason?
Hysteria.
Yours or hers?
Hers.
Okay. Were you able to get any information out of her?
No.
You said that she's sitting on top of him. She's got her face against his face. Did you ever see her attempt to render aid?
No.
Did you ever see her attempt to perform CPR?
No.
Did she ask you to perform CPR?
No.
Any reason to believe she's aware that you're a volunteer firefighter?
Yes.
Why?
It's we're family, and she knows I'm a firefighter.
So one thing we haven't talked about yet, you're on the way over to Ryan and Karina's property down the road from your house. She told you someone was in the house. You have a pistol. Did you attempt to call 911?
Yes.
When did you make that call?
On my way out the driveway of my house.
Okay, so as you're leaving your own property,
Correct.
you call 911.
Yes.
For what purpose?
Because I was told somebody was in their house.
Okay. So I'm assuming you were able to contact and reach 911, is that
Yes.
correct? And do you remember when you terminated that phone call? When did you hang up with 911?
When the deputy got there.
Okay. When you say when the deputy got there, that wasn't the best question on my part. Where were you when you hung up with 911?
In the living room.
Okay, so you're in the
I
living room
believe.
at Ryan's. So throughout the duration of what you just described to us, where you leave your house, you enter Ryan and Karina's property, you come through to the living room, you're on the phone with 911 until a deputy arrives.
Correct.
And Your Honor, I believe State's Exhibit number 100 has previously been admitted. The state would move to publish.
Yes, it has been admitted, and see if we can get there. Yep, just let me know when you're ready. Ladies and gentlemen, while he's doing that, I'm going to stand up and stretch. Feel free. Anybody can.
No, for real, D-Wood, because I'm tired of it.
Mr. Ringo, you there?
Indeed, Your Honor, thank you.
All right. So everybody have a seat. Okay. Go ahead and publish whenever you're ready.
County 911, what is the location of your emergency?
I'm going to tell you in a minute. I just got a call from my sister-in-law that somebody's in their house.
Okay, someone's in her house. What's the
Yeah.
address?
It's K Avenue, 1846 K Avenue.
1846 K Avenue.
Yep.
Yeah, what you got, Jamie? Okay, someone's in her house,
Yep, I'm just pulling in now.
and you're there.
I'm just coming in my driveway.
Okay, because that's up in Traer area.
Yep. Yep.
I have a. What's your sister's name?
Karina Cooper.
Cooper? Karina?
Yep. Yep. I am a firefighter. I got my lights on right now. I just pulled in.
Okay, but she said somebody's in the house.
Screaming hysterically.
Yeah, it's because we have.
I see the kids in there.
We have a female on 911, but can't understand her.
Okay.
I'm just wondering if that's her.
It probably is. I am armed. Do you want me to proceed? Okay. Yeah? Okay. 3 kids just came out and told me to come out.
Okay. Her brother's there.
She's still screaming.
Yeah, she's still screaming.
Settle down so I can find out what's going on.
But she said there was somebody in her house.
What the fuck? What? My brother's dead. What the fuck? We need ambulance now.
Sir?
We need ambulance.
Okay, we need an ambulance. Did somebody get shot?
What?
Did somebody get shot?
What? No, he's got blood coming out of his mouth and everything. So my brother's dead.
Okay, all right, we'll get an ambulance headed to that address that you're at. Which is 1846 K Avenue.
Yep.
Okay, and how old is the person that's on the floor with blood coming out of the mouth?
What's that?
How old is the patient? Do you know?
Fuck.
It's all right. I want you just to take a deep breath. Okay?
There's nobody here, Karina.
Who is it that, sir?
He's 42.
Sir?
What?
Sir, can you tell me who it is that's on the
Ryan Cooper.
What's his name? Cooper.
Ryan Cooper. My brother.
Cooper?
Yes.
Okay. And what's your name?
Aaron Cooper.
Aaron Cooper? Okay. So
Yes.
brother?
He's my brother. I don't know.
And you said you're a firefighter, correct?
Yes. Hold on.
Aaron?
Karina, let me try to check.
Aaron?
Yep.
I need to know,
No.
is there anyone in the house that's in danger now?
No, I don't think so.
So there's no one there with a gun?
No.
Okay. Okay, you're doing fine, Aaron, okay? I just want you to stay with me if you can, all right? So there's nobody there with a gun at this time?
No. No.
We got an ambulance started, okay? We're going to get them started.
Yep.
We have a deputy on the way, okay?
Sure.
Okay, you're doing a good job. You're doing a good job. Can you tell me how your brother's doing?
God.
What happened to your brother?
Lying in the recliner.
I'm sorry, could you say that again, please?
He's just in the recliner. Blood out of his mouth and ears.
Do you know if he's been shot?
No.
He has not, but there's blood coming out of his mouth?
And ears and all over on the floor.
So blood all over?
All over.
Okay.
Can you go, please?
Aaron,
Yeah.
can you tell me what went on or what's going on so I can advise our officer?
There's nothing to advise.
It's just at this time there's nothing going on.
No.
Okay. Do you know, does he
No, I don't. I'm trying to
Aaron, I have two deputies coming your way, okay? One's coming from Traer, so it shouldn't take too long to get to you. Are you guys in the living room?
Yeah.
Floor?
His recliner.
I'm sorry.
He's in his recliner. There's a cop here now, so.
I'm sorry, I'm having trouble hearing you.
There's a deputy here now.
There is a deputy there? Okay.
Yeah.
I'm going to go ahead and let you go, okay?
Okay.
All right, take care.
Thanks, bye.
Thank you. So that's the phone call, obviously, that you made with 911 on June 18th of 2021?
Correct.
I believe the 911 dispatcher asked you if your brother had been shot, correct?
Yes.
And I think you said that you didn't know.
Correct.
Can you explain what you were observing, what you thought had happened at that point, if anything?
I couldn't tell what was wrong.
Why do you say that? I mean, what were you seeing that left
I
you in
didn't
this
see
state
an
where it sort of-
didn't see an obvious injury. Or
Karina had told you that someone was in the house. You arrived at the scene. She's screaming. Did she ever give you a name or express any concern about any individuals?
no.
I think 911 asked you what was going on so that they could advise, and you stated there's nothing to advise. What was that conversation?
That everybody was, or Ryan and her were in the living room, and the kids were in the bedroom, and I have seen nobody at that point.
Did you see any signs of forced entry or anything that gave you concern that anybody else was there?
No.
There's a door behind Ryan, correct? That recliner that he was in?
Yes.
Is that open or closed?
Closed.
So we heard you state at the end of the phone call that a deputy had arrived.
Correct.
We've seen some body cam footage of deputies arriving on the scene and interacting with you. Do you recall those first reactions when law enforcement arrived?
From my reaction when they
just
arrived?
what happened.
Not exactly. I don't really recall.
Did you attempt to provide them with whatever information you knew?
Yes.
Were you able to watch Karina interact with members of law enforcement?
Yes.
Did she ever, based on what you observed, give them any information?
No.
No, you couldn't tell? That was a bad question, my apologies. No, you couldn't tell, or no, she didn't provide them with information?
I couldn't tell.
Okay. So once the deputies arrived, what did you do next? Did you stay in the house? Did you leave the house?
Eventually they wanted Karina to go out of the house, and I helped them take her out of the house.
Where did you go?
I think there was a bench at the front door.
What happened when you got to that bench?
We sat her there.
For what purpose?
I think that's where law enforcement took us.
Was there a time when the two of you were alone and law enforcement wasn't around? On that bench, some time where you were alone?
I don't recall it.
Okay. During that time that you were outside, did she ever provide you with any further information, what was happening or what had happened?
No.
Did you ask her what was going on?
No.
Okay. At that point, did you feel there was any point in trying to talk to her?
No.
Why do you say that?
Because most of it was just screaming and hysteric.
At some point, did you get some of Ryan's blood on you?
Yes.
How did that happen?
I had blood on my hand from checking from his for his pulse, and I had some on my chest from her hair.
From Karina's hair?
From Karina's hair, when I helped her out of the house.
Should be fairly clear, but can you just explain, you helped her out of the house, and where was Karina in relation to you that you would have gotten Ryan's blood on you?
With her head on my shoulder as we walked out.
Were you aware whether Karina had a handgun of her own in the house?
No.
Did you ever have a conversation with her about a gun safe?
Yes.
What was that conversation?
I got asked by a deputy if I knew the combination to the gun safe in their house to ask Karina what it was.
Did you know the gun safe code?
No.
Do you have any idea how to get into that gun safe?
No.
Did you have that conversation with Karina?
Yes.
What did she tell you?
I couldn't get an answer. Or she said she didn't know, one of the two.
Do you remember about how long roughly that conversation was after you'd first arrived on scene?
No.
Were there any other security codes or other types of information you tried to get from her? I know there's some.
The shop combination to get into the door there.
Okay, explain that.
I didn't know, I didn't see my brother's vehicle there, so I wanted to check the shop, make sure nothing was stolen, or just trying to find information.
Okay, and you're trying to find that information by talking to Karina?
Yes, to get the code for the doors that were locked.
Okay, what happened when you talked to her about that code?
She gave me that code.
Okay. What was her demeanor at that time?
The same as it was most of the time.
Could you describe for us just a little bit? You're familiar with that property, correct?
Yes.
I think you said before that's property that's owned by Cooper Farms,
Yes.
and the family spent time together, so there's reason to believe you would have been both in and out of that house and in and around the property?
Yes.
Could you just describe for us, actually, we have a demonstrative exhibit that shows an overhead view of the property. I'm going to show you that exhibit and just ask you to explain the buildings that are there on the property.
Okay.
And Judge, this is States 311. All right, so I'm States 311, you recognize that?
Yes.
All right. And is that the property you just described on K Avenue?
Yes.
All right. Can you tell us then what we're seeing here and describe the buildings?
The house would be on the top side of the photo. The red shop, and then a storage shed beside that.
That larger building, had that been built
That was built after.
after 2021?
Yes.
So the red building there, what's in that building?
The red building,
Yes.
it's just, there's a bar in there, her salon,
Okay. If you say her salon, I'm assuming you're talking about Karina.
Karina's.
Can you explain the salon and the salon business? What do you know about that?
She did haircuts.
Okay. And so, otherwise, you said there's a bar and anything else in that building?
Not of importance, really, just place to park and have recreational things in.
Okay. And then the next building over, that smaller building, what's that used for?
Mainly storage,
Storage of what? Is it big enough to park a vehicle in?
a vehicle, lawnmowers.
So you said you had some concerns then about perhaps there had been some other things that were taken or maybe something had been stolen. So did you walk around the property, go in the shop and try to?
I did.
You did? Any signs that anything had been stolen that you observed?
No,
Did you yourself see any signs of forced entry or reasons to believe that anything had been pried open?
no.
So that morning of June 18th, 2021, at any point did Karina provide you with any information as to what had happened to Ryan?
No,
Or any information about anything she knew about what occurred that night?
no,
Following the homicide, did she ever tell you or have a conversation with you about what occurred?
no,
You said the families are fairly close, is that correct?
yes,
Is there any point at all where she called you or talked to you in person and had a conversation about anything related to Ryan's death?
not that I recall.
Did she ever talk to you about seeing anything in the media or any stories related to this case?
She did call me once to talk about that they found a shell casing.
Okay, what was that conversation?
She wanted to know what it meant, what a shell casing meant.
I'm sorry, someone was coughing in the gallery, I couldn't hear what you said.
What a shell casing meant that they found, wanted to know what that meant.
Okay, is this the first and only conversation that you had with her about Ryan's death following, well, it sounds like essentially at any time?
Yes,
Do you remember approximately when this phone call took place in relation to Ryan's death?
2 weeks, a week, I don't recall exactly, but
So she calls you 2 weeks later and says that the news media is reporting that a shell casing was found?
correct.
Okay. And what did she say to you?
I don't remember exactly word to word, but just wanted to know what a shell casing was and what that would mean.
What was your reaction or thought based on that conversation?
I would assume she would know what a shell casing is.
Why?
Just being around all of us hunters and knowing what guns are around.
Okay. Has she been around? I'll ask you this. Did Ryan hunt?
Yes,
To your knowledge, did her sons hunt or use weapons?
yes,
There are guns around their house and property?
yes,
Was she around guns, hunting, shells, shell casings, bullets?
I would assume so, yes.
I don't want to put words in your mouth, but how would you characterize this conversation? You found it to be
Odd.
Did you have, after Ryan died, did you have a visitation for him?
Yes,
You attended that visitation?
yes,
Was Karina there?
yes.
Did you have any observations of her behavior at that visitation?
Theatrical.
Council, actually, we'll take a break. We're going to take our mid-afternoon break anyway. So, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a 15-minute or so break. And again, I'd remind you of the admonition that I've given you previously. Cooper on the stand, Mr. Cooper. Even though we took a break, I just remind you, sir, that you were still under oath. And I guess before we resume with direct examination, right before we recessed, there was an objection by Ms. Watt. I think the parties discussed it, and the state essentially concurs with the objection, so I'm sustaining the objection. And Mr. Ringel, you may move on to your next question.
Thank you, Judge. Mr. Cooper, do you see Karina Cooper here in the courtroom today?
Yes.
Could you point her out and describe an item of clothing that she's wearing?
And she's over here in a black and gray sweater.
Judge, the state would request that the record reflect identification.
The record so reflects.
No further questions.
Ms. Watt, cross-examination?
Thank you. Mr. Cooper, are you aware of whether or not Karina and Ryan, if they regularly lock their doors at night?
I'm not.
Were you aware of any marital problems between the two before this night?
I was not.
Had you ever heard Karina make any remarks to Ryan like that she would shoot him?
No.
This phone call about a shell casing, had you previously told police about that phone call?
Not that I recall, no.
Okay. I guess the state seemed to know of it. When did you first tell the state about that phone call?
Judge, I'm going to object. May we approach?
You may.
Exactly. She was over the top at the daggone wake. It looks like they end up ending the day anyway, so we are going to actually jump over to day 2, which is the live stream. And we will catch up here in a moment.
Last name is spelled Gladfelter.
All right, thank you, sir. Mr. Kodiaga?
Thank you, Judge. Sir, you've introduced yourself. Can you tell the jury what you do for a living?
I am employed as a criminalist with the Iowa Division of Criminal Investigation, Criminalistics Laboratory.
And can you unpack that? Just explain what a criminalist is and what your employment and experience to be in this position.
As a criminalist at the Iowa DCI Crime Lab, you analyze evidence brought to you by law enforcement, and you will perform your analyses and generate reports on your findings of those analyses. As part of being a criminalist at the laboratory, you would usually have a 4-year degree in a specific scientific field like chemistry, physics, and/or biology. With that in mind, you have that 4-year degree and other training that might be acceptable for different positions within that laboratory. I'm currently employed within the firearm and tool mark examination section. And with that, I have a 4-year degree in chemistry chemistry and forensic science from Simpson College of Indianola, Iowa.
How long have you been employed by the DCI Crime Lab?
Just a little bit under 15 years. It'll be 15 years in September.
Okay. And so during the course, you said you now work in the firearms department. Have you worked in different departments within the crime lab?
Yes, I have. I first started out in the laboratory as an evidence technician. Prior to that, I was an intern in toxicology, but that wasn't a paid position. But I was in the evidence room as an evidence technician. From there, I became a criminalist in the drug section. And then after that, I was now in firearms and tool marks since October of 2022.
As part of your job before, you talked about evidence technician. Does that involve also crime scene investigation?
Yes, as part of being a criminalist at the laboratory, you can volunteer to be part of the crime scene response teams there.
Can you tell the jury what that means?
As part of being in the crime scene response team, you're allotted certain weeks in the year where you're on call 24 hours a day to respond to any investigations that are required with your expertise in crime scene investigation. The part of being in the crime scene teams is that you'll receive training on the documentation and preservation of evidence at scenes. And from there, as part of your normal duties, you'll have your expertise in the laboratory, but then you'll also be part of the crime scene team on a rotation.
Does that involve forensic evidence collection?
Yes, it does.
And part of that involves chain of custody, collecting the evidence, taking it back to the lab.
Correct.
Were you involved sometimes in June 18th of 2021 in the case that brings us to this court today?
Yes, I was.
What was the nature of your involvement?
It was requested by the SAC at the time to respond to a death investigation there and to provide crime scene investigation.
So basically what you've talked about was your involvement then documenting, collecting, and preserving the evidence for further testing and for further testimony as you are in court here today.
Yes.
So you've described how you became involved. Did you have a brief briefing of what you will be doing as you go there and what the nature of the case looked like?
Yes, so on an initial call out from the SAC, we were asked to head to the Tama County Sheriff's Department for initial briefing on the details of the case.
Did you then proceed to the property in question where you're going to do your investigations at?
Yes.
Okay. Do you remember the address that you went to?
The address we were told was 1846 or 1846 K Avenue, Traer, Iowa.
Can you describe the property and your initial observations as you go to the property?
The property itself consisted of a main residence with an attached garage, as well as various outbuildings there too. A garden shed near a garden. There was a play area for children. There was also a shed that contained a lot of recreational items, as well as two other garages, a gray garage and a red garage that contained vehicles or recreational vehicles.
When you go to a property to do an examination, are there certain standards or procedures that you use or that you apply in working a crime scene?
Yes, as part of my training, there is a very specific process that there is a process in which we will follow to document and then to preserve that evidence and collect that evidence, preserve that evidence, and then follow the chain of custodies with those. Those are part of our training as well as listed within our SOPs within the laboratory.
What are some of the methods or training that you use?
Say that again, please.
What are some of the methods or training process that you use?
Some of the methods that we use, are you asking in documenting? Or?
Yes.
Okay. With crime scene documentation, we're going to be using photography. We'll even take video. We will also then even make sketches of those scenes as well. We also use a 3D measuring device called a Faro scanner, which will do a 3D virtual scan of that scene and also collect measurements of that scene that we can use later on.
Did you employ some of those methods in this particular case?
Yes, those methods that I mentioned were used in this case.
Okay. Can you explain to the jury more briefly what a Faro is?
Faro is just a metrology device or a measuring device that will bounce lasers around a room and measure the distances that those lasers have reflected off of surfaces. And with the technology and the software they have, they're able to calculate those distances, and then it provides a 3D virtual representation of that scene.
You talked about taking pictures to document the scene. Did you do that in this particular case?
Yes.
And have you been able to review those pictures that you took before your testimony today?
Yes, I did.
Your Honor, at this point, with the stipulation of the parties, the state will admit what's been marked as State Exhibit 118 to 155, then 156A, 157, 158A, 159 through 167, 168A, 169 through 193, and 302.
Let's make sure I got those numbers correct. 118 through 155, 156A, 157, 158A, 159 through 167, 168A, 169 through 193, and 302?
That is correct.
And is there any objection by the defendant?
No, Your Honor.
All right, then I'm not going to repeat them all again, but all the exhibits that I just mentioned are now admitted. And are you looking to publish these?
That is correct. And may I approach to?
You may, and you don't need to ask again with this witness.
It might help you to use those, that's fine, but you have copy on the screen in front of you.
Yeah, and you can tilt that screen. That helps. You should be able to tilt that screen. So, there you go.
Beginning with 118, can you tell us what we see on that exhibit?
Yes, this is a photograph of the east side of the main residence at 1846 K Avenue.
So what you documented, what time did you arrive at this residence?
At the residence, a little past noon. I can't remember the exact time right off the top of my head.
Fair enough to say that at that point, your department had been called in, and so the scene had been secured for you, your department to come and do the investigation?
Yes.
Okay. So there was no one at the residence?
There was law enforcement personnel on the property, but not inside of the residence.
Were there any children or any other person who was living at that residence?
At that time, there was only law enforcement personnel on scene.
Okay. You talked about being kind of given information or told a little bit of what to expect when you get to the residence. Is that what happens as standard practice?
Yes, those were in the initial details at the briefing at Tama County Sheriff's Department.
Okay. Do you rely on what you're given 100%?
No, not as a scientist, and when I'm given those details, I'm naturally want to be skeptical of them. I'm going to be walking into the scene as if none of those details really matter, but it does give us an idea of what could be seen as evidence at that scene. Otherwise, I'm looking to see what's consistent with details, what's inconsistent with details, and just looking to find any evidence that would help answer questions arising in this matter.
Okay. Go to state 119. What do we see on 119?
This is a door that is the entrance to the attached garage on the main residence. This is besides the garage door itself, this is the other way to access that garage.
What of significance did you notice about this door?
At the time, it was shut, and also that it has a key lock as well as a keypad lock for a code too.
And will you describe that as an electronic keypad?
Yes.
What do we see on state 120?
Again, this is another view of the east side of the residence, showing the entrance into the kitchen, or the what I term the mudroom area, the initial entryway, as well as another exterior door to the south living room and the dining area or porch area on the east side of that residence.
If you can you describe to the jury, we see at least outlines of 3 doors. Can you tell the jury what those 3 doors you determine them to be?
Yes. Is it all right if I use a laser pointer? I have one on me to be able to point up there. Is that okay?
That's fine if it works.
So the question was about the entrances into that residence?
Yes.
Okay. So what was previously seen over here was the garage door entrance here. This is the only way to get into the garage other than that garage door being open. This right here is one of the other entryways into the residence itself. This would give access to the residence through the southern living room area, and this would give access to the mudroom, which is right next to that kitchen, and the basement access as well. And these are the two that work into the residence there, and this door would be the one that only goes into that attached garage.
Okay, and so from your testimony, to get into the house, into this residence, you have to use one of those 2 doors, not the garage door, correct?
Correct. The attached garage does not have access into the main residence.
What do we see on 121? Is that just more isolating the front living room door?
Yes, it's just a closer view of the living room door as well as the porch that is there, the landing, and the steps there to that dining area.
When you came, was that landing, was that door, that landing gate open?
Yes, when we were there on scene, that gate was open.
What do we see on 122?
Another view of that door on the south living room door, just from the east side of the residence there.
Now, can you describe for the jury 121 and 122? Are those steps fairly short steps, like pretty small and confined area?
I would say for somebody like my size, and like if I have size 10 and a half, 11 feet, that yes, they're smaller steps than I would usually step on, but I can't give you an exact representation of that. Other than that, yes, it is a smaller area that has been fenced in with those gates there.
What do we see on this exhibit?
This would be the entrance to the mudroom, which then gives access to the kitchen on the east side of the residence.
What do we see on State Exhibit 124?
That is the same entry with the door open that I just previously mentioned.
Okay. So that's now with the door open.
That is with the door open now.
And when you came, was this door open or closed?
When I was there processing the scene with my partner, that door was closed.
What do you see in 125?
That would be the latches on the door frame to that same previously mentioned door, the door that gives access to the mudroom and kitchen area.
Why did you take this picture?
At the time, when I'm processing a scene, I'm keeping in mind the details of the case, but I'm also being skeptical of those very details. I'm looking to see if this was a completely unknown subject that came to the residence, what would be the reasons why? And if they had to get access to this place, there would be possibly signs of forced entry is one of my thought processes when looking at this scene. This is just a photograph of the latches that I had observed, and there appeared to be no signs of forced entry or tool marks on them that would suggest somebody's trying to break into the door.
Just a close-up of that?
Yes, just a close-up of the same latches.
That's 126?
Let me double check here. Yes, that'd be State's Exhibit 126.
What does the jury see in Exhibit 127?
That is a view of the kitchen from the southeast corner, just inside of that door that we have just previously looked at.
Anything moved in the kitchen that was alarming or interesting to you, or it seemed just a normal kitchen at a farmhouse?
Yes, it appears to be just a normal kitchen with items from the family, food items, dishes, cookware, whatever is in a normal kitchen. There's some cash that I noticed that was left on the countertop here as well, and also a tablet on the kitchen table there that was left there. Those things have appeared to have just been there when I was at the scene, and nothing has. It's just a photograph of where they are as it is at this point.
What do we see on 128?
This would be a view from the, pardon me while I get my directions straight and just think through it here. But the northwest corner of the kitchen, looking towards the south to the entrance to the central foyer or sewing room area as we called it. And by we, I mean my partner and I as we defined it at the time.
So when you did this, you were with someone else?
Yes.
What was that person's name?
It is evidence technician Melissa Ozimek.
What do we see on State Exhibit 129?
So that is a view of the central hall or the sewing room area that has access to the upstairs as well as to the bathroom and some other bedrooms. This is looking towards the south wall of that area.
I'm going to show you what's been admitted already as 313, State Exhibit 313, which will be the floor plan of this building. With that, if you can also help that, if that can help with your testimony to explain.
Okay.
Are you able to see that?
Yes, I am.
So when you're talking about 129, if you look at the floor plan, can you just use your pointer to show the jury what you're talking about, or where that picture we're seeing?
Yes, so if this is the hallway or the central area, I am taking the picture from here facing this direction.
And so there's a bedroom that you will have to pass to get to where you're taking that picture, correct?
The bathroom is actually, if I go to the photo, it would be up here. That's the access to the bathroom, which would be there on the diagram.
Okay. What do we see on state?
Provided, which does reflect the changes that were discussed during the formal charging conference. The only additional change that's been made is adding some language regarding the actions of the lawyers during the trial, in addition to their statements, and just some typographical errors, maybe a comma here and there, grammatical things. That's about it. All right. So I am prepared to move forward on this. I intend to take a break during the charge because, unfortunately, this charge is a rather lengthy charge. So I do want to provide the jury a few minutes to stand up and stretch. It's going to be difficult for everyone to get through just sitting. So I will give them some time to do that. We'll take a quick break. Additionally, I had asked about an exhibit list going in with the jury during deliberations. So I will be asking you to look at that, make sure that you agree that there's nothing on the list that you feel inaccurately represents the exhibit as an exhibit that provides concern to you one way or the other regarding whether or not that list should go in. So you'll have additional time to do that after the court's done charging. Is there anything that the court needs to address at this time?
No, Your Honor. Not from the defense, Your Honor.
All right, very good. So I am going to go ahead and bring the jury in then. Thank you. I just want to, actually, give me one moment. I'm so sorry. I just want to address everyone in the courtroom. You're welcome to be here. There are some courts that close the doors, don't allow anyone in and out of the courtroom during the judge's charge to the jury. I do not do that. However, I am going to ask for your cooperation in staying and remaining in place during the court's charge to the jury. This is a very important part of the trial. This is the law that the jury has to apply to the facts they find. If you do have to leave the courtroom, I am going to ask you to respect the court and the process enough at this point in time to not return to the courtroom during the court's charge. I will be taking a break during the charge, okay? If it's an emergency that requires you to leave and you have to come back in, that's fine, but I am going to be asking the marshals to keep an eye on that, people coming in and out, okay? So if you have to leave, that's fine. Just please be cognizant of where we are in the proceedings if in fact you're attempting to come back in. I want the least amount of distraction to the jurors at this time. Thank you for your cooperation. But now, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. Counsel, please stipulate to each time.
State will stipulate, Your Honor.
Defense stipulates, Your Honor.
All right. So once again, if you brought in notepads, I am going to ask you to set them aside. This is the jury's instructions. So I am going to instruct you on the law that is to apply to the facts you find in this case. You will have a copy of the court jury charge with you during the deliberations. This is going to be rather lengthy, so I do intend to give you a break during the course of my charge so that you can get up, stretch, use facilities, and sort of, get comfortable and be seated again for some period of time. So you have heard the evidence presented in this case. I am now going to instruct you as to the law that you are to apply in this case. During these instructions, I will, for the most part, be reading from prepared material. I do this so that I do not inadvertently give you incorrect instructions. So if I lose eye contact with you from time to time, please bear with me. The reading of these instructions, like I said earlier, is going to take some time. The function of the court and jury. It is exclusively the function of the court to state the rules of law that govern the case with instructions as to how you are to apply them. It is your obligation to accept the law as I stated. What I tell you, not what the attorneys tell you, is the law that you are to follow. If the law, as I give you, differs in any way from the claims of law made by counsel, dismiss from your minds what counsel have said to the extent it differs from what I tell you. You must follow all my instructions and not single out some and ignore others. They are all equally important. Also to note, in these instructions, the court does use the terms first count and count 1, second count and count 2, third count and count 3, fourth count and count 4, crimes and offenses, and information and substitute information interchangeably. You as jurors are the sole judges of the facts. It is your duty to find the facts. You are entitled in the course of evaluating the evidence to draw any and all inferences that you find reasonable and logical from the evidence you hear. You are to recollect and weigh the evidence and form your own conclusions as to what the ultimate facts are. You may not go outside the courtroom or the evidence introduced in court to find the facts. This means that you may not resort to guesswork, conjecture, or suspicion. And you must not be influenced by any personal likes or dislikes, opinions, prejudices, or sympathy. You should not be influenced by my actions during the trial in ruling on motions or objections by counsel, or in comments to counsel, or in questions to witnesses, or in setting forth the law in these instructions. You are not to take my actions as any indication of my opinion as to how you should determine the questions of fact. If I asked any questions of witnesses, you must not assume that I hold an opinion on the matter to which my questions may relate. Remember that you, as jurors, are at liberty to disregard all comments or questions of the court and the witnesses' responses to those questions in arriving at your own findings of the facts. You must not take anything I said or did during the trial as indicating what I think the evidence or what your verdict should be. Any reference I make to the evidence is only for the purpose of clarification of some point of law or a point of illustration, or to refresh your recollection as a general nature of the testimony. I do not intend to emphasize any evidence I mention or limit your consideration to it. If I do not mention certain evidence, you will use the evidence from your recollection. If my recollection of the evidence does not comport with your recollection, then it is your recollection which must prevail, because you are the exclusive trier of the facts. The defendant justly relies upon you to consider carefully his claims, to consider carefully all the evidence, and to find him not guilty if the facts and the law require such a verdict. The defendant rightfully expects fair and just treatment at your hands. At the same time, the state of Connecticut and its people look to you to render a verdict of guilty if the facts and the law require such a verdict. The law prohibits the state's attorney or defense counsel from giving personal opinions as to whether the defendant is guilty or not guilty. During my instructions to you, I may repeat certain instructions. I apologize in advance. I do this for the purpose of organization. You are not to consider a repeated instruction more important than any other instruction. All instructions are equally important. Also, during my instructions, I may refer you to previous or subsequent instructions given. When I do this, I will identify it for you and direct you to the section to which I am referring. If there is an inconsistency in the number and the title of an instruction to which you are referred, It is the title of the instruction that shall be controlling in my reference to it. Presumption of innocence. In this case, as in all criminal prosecutions, the defendant is presumed to be innocent unless and until proven guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. This presumption of innocence is with the defendant when he was first presented for trial in this case. It continues with him throughout the trial unless and until such time as all evidence produced here in the orderly conduct of the case, considered in the light of these instructions of law and deliberated upon you in the jury room, satisfies you beyond a reasonable doubt that he is guilty. The presumption of innocence as to each crime charge and as to any lesser included offense as instructed by the court may be overcome only after the state introduces evidence that establishes the defendant's guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. If and when the presumption of innocence has been overcome by evidence proving beyond a reasonable doubt that the accused is guilty of a crime charge or any applicable lesser included offense as instructed by the court, then it is the sworn duty of the jury to enforce the law and render a guilty verdict. Burden of proof. The state has the burden of proving that the defendant is guilty of the crimes with which he is charged or a lesser included offense as instructed by the court. The defendant does not have to prove his innocence. This means that the state must prove beyond a reasonable doubt each and every element necessary to constitute a crime charge or lesser included offense as instructed. Whether the burden of proof resting upon the state is sustained depends not on the number of witnesses nor on the quantity of testimony, but on the nature and quality of the testimony. Please bear in mind that one witness's testimony is sufficient to convict if it establishes all the elements of a crime beyond a reasonable doubt. Reasonable doubt. The meaning of reasonable doubt can be arrived at by emphasizing the word reasonable. It is not a surmise, a guess, or mere conjecture. It is not a doubt raised by anyone simply for the sake of raising a doubt. It is such a doubt as in serious affairs that concern you, you would heed. That is, such a doubt as would cause reasonable men and women to hesitate to act upon it in matters of importance. It is not hesitation springing from any feelings of pity or sympathy for the accused or any other person who might be affected by your decision. It is, in other words, a real doubt, an honest doubt, a doubt that has its foundation in the evidence or lack of evidence. It is doubt that is honestly entertained and is reasonable in light of the evidence after a fair comparison and careful examination of the entire evidence. Proof beyond a reasonable doubt does not mean proof beyond all doubt. The law does not require absolute certainty on the part of the jury before it returns a verdict of guilty. The law requires that, after hearing all the evidence, if there is something in the evidence or lack of evidence that leaves in your mind, as reasonable men and women, a reasonable doubt as to the guilt of the accused, then the accused must be given the benefit of that doubt and acquitted. Proof beyond a reasonable doubt is proof that precludes every reasonable hypothesis except guilt and is inconsistent with any other rational conclusion. Evidence. The evidence from which you are to decide what the facts are consists of 1, the sworn testimony of witnesses, both on direct and cross-examination, regardless of who called the witness. 2, the exhibits that have been received into evidence as full exhibits, including any pictures, videos, or documents that have been marked as full exhibits. 3, any facts that the court judicially noticed. And 4, any stipulation of the parties. In reaching your verdict, you should consider all the testimony and full exhibits admitted into evidence. Certain things are not evidence, and you may not consider them in deciding what the facts are. These include 1, arguments, statements, and questions by lawyers. The lawyers are not witnesses. What they have said in their closing arguments is intended to help you interpret the evidence, but it is not evidence. Likewise, any emotion, reenactment, or other actions displayed by counsel during this trial is not evidence. If the facts as you remember them differ from the way the lawyers have stated them, your memory of them controls. It is not proper for the attorneys to express their opinions on the ultimate issues in the case or to appeal to your emotions. Also, attorneys have a duty to object when they believe a question is improper under the rules of evidence. You should not be influenced by the objection or by the court's ruling on it, and you are not to hold it against any party for making objections. During the course of the trial, you may have heard counsel stand up and make comments about questions made by opposing counsel. You are not to regard any comments that counsel may have made in your deliberations. Any comments on the propriety of questions are not proper for trial, or your consideration and should not be used in your deliberation. Lastly, the questions the lawyers ask of witnesses are not evidence. It is the testimony of the witnesses in response to the attorney's questions that is evidence. 2, testimony that has been excluded or stricken. If I have excluded certain testimony, you must follow my instruction to disregard the testimony. In effect, I'm telling you to do what may be difficult, but which you will have to do your best to accomplish, and that is to accept in your minds that such stricken testimony is not evidence and must not be considered in your deliberations. 3, anything you may have seen or heard when the court was not in session. 4, anything you may have seen or heard from any spectators during the trial. 5, the document called the substitute information, which you will have with you at the time of your deliberations. The information is merely the formal manner of accusing a person of a crime to bring that person to trial. You must not consider the amended information as any evidence of the guilt of the defendant or draw any inference of guilt because he has been charged with crimes. You will note that each count in the information contains within it the alleged date and location of the offense. The state does not have to prove the exact time, date, or location of the offense beyond a reasonable doubt. However, the state must prove each element of each offense, including identification of the defendant, beyond a reasonable doubt. Direct and circumstantial evidence. There are generally 2 kinds of evidence, direct and circumstantial. Direct evidence is testimony by a witness about what that witness personally saw or heard or did. Circumstantial evidence is indirect evidence, that is, evidence from which you could find that another fact exists even though it has not been proved directly. There is no legal distinction between direct and circumstantial evidence as far as probative value. The law permits you to give equal weight to both, but it is for you to decide how much weight to give to any particular evidence. Circumstantial evidence of an event is the testimony of witnesses as to the existence of certain facts or evidence or the happening of other events from which you may logically conclude that the event in question did happen. By way of example, let us assume that it is a December night and you're preparing to retire for the evening. You look out the window and you see it is snowing. You wake up the next morning, come to court, and testify that the night before it was snowing in the area of your house. That is direct evidence of the fact that it snowed the night before. You saw it, and you came to court and testified to that fact. Now assume that it is another December night, the weather is clear, there is no snow on the ground, and you retire for the evening. You wake up the next morning, you look out the window, and you see snow on the ground and footprints across your lawn. You come into court and you testify to those facts. The evidence that the night before there was no snow on the ground and the next morning there was snow on the ground and footprints across your lawn is direct evidence. That direct evidence, however, is circumstantial evidence of the fact that sometime during the night it snowed and that sometime thereafter someone walked across your lawn. The only practical difference between direct and circumstantial evidence is that when you have direct evidence of some fact, the main thing you have to do is determine the believability of the direct testimony given, the credibility of the witness. With circumstantial evidence, you must first determine the credibility of the witness or witnesses and decide whether the facts testified to did exist. Then you must decide whether the happenings of those events or the existence of those facts leads logically to the conclusion that other events occurred or other facts exist, and ultimately whether the crimes alleged were committed by the accused. There is no reason to be prejudiced against evidence simply because it is circumstantial evidence. You make decisions based on circumstantial evidence in the everyday affairs of life. There is no reason why decisions based on circumstantial evidence should not be made in the courtroom. In fact, proof by circumstantial evidence may be as conclusive as would be the testimony of witnesses speaking on the basis of their own observation. Circumstantial evidence, therefore, is offered to prove a certain fact from which you are asked to infer the existence of another fact or set of facts. Before you decide that a fact has been proved by circumstantial evidence, you must consider all the evidence in light of reason, experience, and common sense. Redacted exhibits. If there are exhibits that have been accepted into evidence as redacted versions of the original, please note that these redactions were made by way of agreement by counsel or by order of the court, and you must not speculate as to why the information was redacted or what was redacted. Redacted information is not evidence, and as indicated earlier, you may not go outside the evidence introduced in court to find the facts. This means that you may not resort to guesswork, conjecture, or speculation. Credibility. In deciding what the facts are, you must consider all the evidence. In doing this, you must decide which testimony to believe and which testimony not to believe. You may believe all, none, or any part of any witness's testimony. In making that decision, you may consider a number of factors, including the following. 1. Was the witness able to see or hear or know the things about which that witness testified? 2. How well was the witness able to recall and describe those things? 3. What was the witness's manner while testifying? 4. Did the witness have an interest in the outcome of this case or any bias or prejudice concerning any party or any matter involved in the case? 5. How reasonable was the witness's testimony considered in light of all the evidence in this case? And 6. Was the witness's testimony contradicted by what that witness has said or done at another time, or by the testimony of other witnesses, or by other evidence? If you think that a witness has deliberately testified falsely in some respect, you should carefully consider whether you should rely upon any of that witness's testimony. In deciding whether to believe a witness, keep in mind that people sometimes forget things. You need to consider, therefore, whether a contradiction is an innocent lapse of memory or an intentional falsehood. And that may depend on whether that contradiction has to do with an important fact or with only a small detail. These are some of the factors you may consider in deciding whether to believe testimony. The weight of the evidence presented does not depend on the number of witnesses. It is the quality of the evidence, not the quantity of the evidence, that you must consider. Witness with a cooperation agreement. You have heard evidence that witnesses Jack Snyder and Tyler De Silva have signed a document entitled Cooperation Agreement with the state, the terms of which are contained in States Exhibit 94 and 96, respectively. These agreements are permissible, and the rules of court provide for their use. Although the state is permitted to present the testimony of someone who has signed a cooperation agreement in exchange for his testimony, you must examine the testimony of such a witness who provides evidence against the defendant with greater care and caution than the testimony witness. While examining the testimony of a witness who has signed a cooperation agreement and who has not been prosecuted with offenses for which the state has evidence, you should keep in mind that he may, in his own mind, be looking or hoping for some favorable treatment in the disposition of his own matters, and therefore may have such an interest in the outcome of this case that his testimony may have been colored by that fact. In considering the testimony of such a witness, you may consider whether there was any motive developed in the evidence for testifying falsely in inculpating the accused. The factors you may consider, among others, when evaluating the credibility of such a witness include the extent to which the witness's testimony is confirmed by other evidence, the specificity of the testimony, the extent to which the testimony contains details known only by the perpetrator of the alleged offense, the extent to which the details of the testimony could be obtained from a source other than the defendant, the circumstances under which the witness initially provided information supporting such testimony to law enforcement or a prosecutorial official, whether the witness has received a benefit or expects to receive a benefit, including immunity from prosecution, leniency in prosecution, leniency in sentencing, or personal advantage in exchange for testimony, and whether the witness has ever changed his testimony. Further, notwithstanding any language contained in Exhibits 94 and 96, the cooperation agreement signed by Jack Snyder and Tyler De Silva, respectively, it is your exclusive role to determine the credibility and believability of that witness. In other words, you and you alone are to determine whether any evidence offered by Jack Snyder or Tyler De Silva is to believe wholly, partly, or not at all, irrespective of any language in the cooperation agreement that may suggest otherwise. The determination as to whether the state has proven the elements of the crimes charged beyond a reasonable doubt rests solely with the jury after a careful examination of all the evidence presented. You should carefully scrutinize the testimony of Jack Snyder and Tyler De Silva before you accept it. However, you are not required to disbelieve a witness because he has signed a cooperation agreement. The law recognizes that there are many offenses that are of such character that the only persons capable of giving useful testimony are those who are themselves implicated in the crime. Like all other questions of credibility, this is a question for you to determine based on all the evidence presented to you. It is your duty to decide what credibility to give to any witness. Therefore, it is your duty to decide whether Jack Snyder and Tyler De Silva are to be believed wholly, partly, or not at all. Testimony of police officials. Police officials have testified in this case. You must determine the credibility of police officials in the same way and by the same standards as you would evaluate the testimony of any other witness. The testimony of a police official is entitled to no special or exclusive weight merely because it comes from a police official. You should recall the police official's demeanor on the stand and manner of testifying and weigh and balance just as carefully as you would the testimony of any other witness. You should neither believe nor disbelieve the testimony of a police official just because he or she is a police official. Expert testimony. In this case, certain witnesses have taken the stand, given their qualifications, and testified as expert witnesses. A person is qualified to testify as an expert if he or she has special knowledge, skill, experience, training, or education sufficient to qualify him or her as an expert on the subject to which the testimony relates. An expert is permitted not only to testify to facts that he or she personally observed, but also to state an opinion about certain circumstances. This is allowed because an expert from experience, research, and study generally has a particular knowledge of the subject of the inquiry and is more capable than a layperson of drawing conclusions from facts and basing an opinion on them. An expert witness may state an opinion in response to a hypothetical question. A hypothetical question is one in which the witness is asked to assume that certain facts are true and to give an opinion based on those assumptions. The value of the opinion given by an expert in response to a hypothetical question depends upon the relevance, validity, and completeness of the facts he or she was asked to assume. The weight that you give to the opinion of an expert will depend on whether you find that the facts assumed were proved and whether the facts relied on in reaching the opinion were complete or whether material facts were omitted or not considered. Like all other evidence, an expert's answer to a hypothetical question may be accepted or rejected in whole or in part according to your best judgment. In this case, you were provided expert testimony by the following witnesses: Dr. James Gill, Dr. Ryan Doss, PA Eric Black, and Dr. Roselle Crombie. Allowing someone to give expert testimony is in no way an endorsement by the court of the testimony or the credentials of the witness. Such testimony is presented to you to assist you in your deliberations. No such testimony is binding upon you, and you may disregard the testimony, either in whole or in part. It is for you to consider the testimony with the other circumstances in the case and, using your best judgment, determine whether you will give any weight to it, and if so, what weight you will give to it. The testimony is entitled to such weight as you find the expert's qualifications in his or her field entitle it to receive, and it must be considered by you, but it is not controlling upon your judgment. You are also to consider his or her general credibility in accordance with the instruction on credibility applicable to all witnesses. Defendant's testimony. In this case, the defendant testified. An accused person having testified stands before you just like any other witness. He is entitled to the same considerations and must have his testimony tested and measured by you by the same factors and standards as you would judge the testimony of any other witness. You have no right to disregard the defendant's testimony or to disbelieve the defendant's testimony merely because he is accused of committing multiple crimes. Consider my earlier instruction on the general subject matter of credibility and apply them to the defendant's testimony. Proximate cause. Proximate cause does not necessarily mean the last act or cause or the act point in time nearest to the death or injuries. The concept of proximate cause incorporates the principle that an accused may be charged with a criminal offense even though his acts were not the immediate cause of the death or injuries. An act or omission to act is a proximate cause of the death or injuries when it substantially and materially contributes in a natural and continuous sequence, unbroken by an efficient intervening cause to the death or injuries. It is a cause without which the death or injuries would not have occurred. It is a predominating cause, a substantial factor from which the death or injuries follow as a natural, direct, and immediate consequence. It does not matter whether the particular kind of harm that results from the defendant's act be intended by the defendant. When the result is a foreseeable and natural result of the defendant's conduct, the law considers the chain of legal causation unbroken and holds the defendant criminally responsible. Specific intent. Specific intent is the intent to achieve a specific result. A person acts intentionally with respect to a result when his conscious objective is to cause such result. What the defendant intended is a question of fact for you to determine. The concept of specific intent applies to count 1, murder and manslaughter in the first degree intentional as a lesser included offense. Count 2, assault in the first degree intentional and assault in the second degree intentional as a lesser included offense. Count 3, assault in the first degree intentional and assault in the second degree intentional as a lesser included offense. And count 4, assault in the second degree intentional. Recklessness. A person acts recklessly with respect to a result or to a circumstance described by a statute defining an offense when the defendant is aware of and consciously disregards a substantial and unjustifiable risk that such result will occur or that such circumstance exists. The risk must be of such nature and degree that disregarding it constitutes a gross deviation from the standard of conduct that a reasonable person would observe in the situation. The standard of conduct of a reasonable person in the same situation as the defendant is the doing of something that a reasonably prudent person would do under the circumstances, or omitting to do what a reasonably prudent person would not do under the circumstances. A gross deviation is a greater substantial deviation, not just a slight or moderate deviation. There must be a great or substantial difference between, on the one hand, the defendant's conduct in disregarding a substantial and unjustifiable risk, and on the other hand, what a reasonable person would have done under the circumstances. Whether a risk is substantial and unjustifiable is a question of fact for you to determine under all the circumstances. The concept of recklessness applies to count 1, manslaughter in the first degree, reckless as a lesser included offense. Count 2, assault in the first degree, reckless as a lesser included offense, and assault in the second degree, reckless as a lesser included offense. Count 3, assault in the reckless degree, assault in the first degree, reckless as a lesser.
So this is another view of that hallway area as defined on that diagram. It's looking at the bathroom access. So if I'm pointing here, I would be photographing from this corner facing generally this direction, showing the bathroom entrance as well as the previous entrance that I took the photo at.
Do we see some staircase going up?
Yes.
Okay. And fair enough to say the staircase leads to at least a bedroom upstairs?
Yes, there are 2 bedrooms upstairs.
What do we have on State Exhibit 131?
Again, this is another view of that central hallway area, and it would be from approximately this area facing towards the access to these 2 bedrooms here.
Skip to 132. Is that just a picture of the stairway going up?
Yes, that's just a picture looking up the stairway from that hallway area.
What about 133?
This is a photograph from just outside the entrance to the master bedroom, which would be bedroom 1 here.
Uh, 134?
134 is just inside of that master bedroom, just inside the door, facing towards the west end of that and looking at the contents of that bed.
What about State Exhibit 135?
So that's another photograph inside of the master bedroom, and that is taken from the southeast corner of that bedroom, looking towards this area over here.
Do you know what is on the bed?
Yes, so there's a safe, an open safe on the bed, as well as some other electronic items.
And when you talk of electronic items, you're talking about iPads or Kindles?
Yes, tablets of some sort.
Fair to say 136 is just another view from the bedroom with what you've testified to?
Yes, and this has got another view of that safe in the corner, in the bottom right corner of that photo, as well as it's facing towards the south end of that master bedroom.
What we see on States 137?
This is a photograph of the living room access to the south living room from essentially the master bedroom entrance right here.
So to access this living room, you'll have to pass directly in front of the master bedroom.
If you're coming from the kitchen and hallway area, yes, you would have to get access to the living room. You would pass the bedrooms and the bathrooms in the hallway area.
What do we see on 138?
This is just another view of the access to the living room, just facing towards the south, showing some of the furniture items at the west end of that living room.
For about 139.
This is a photograph from approximately the southwest corner of the living room, facing towards this area here on the living room, which would be the northeastern direction of the living room.
We talked about a Faro that you used. When you use that Faro, you're able to take pictures and make a diagram out of it?
Of the data from the Faro?
Yes.
Yes, there's different software that's able to produce different representations of that scene using that equipment.
Were you able to do that in this particular case?
Yes, a coworker of mine was able to generate an aerial view of this crime scene.
Okay. And was that one produced to help your testimony in this particular case?
I'm sorry, say that first part again?
Do we have one that you got to help with your testimony in this particular case?
Yes.
By agreement of the parties, the state will move to admit what's been marked as State Exhibit 305.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
All right. State's Exhibit 305 is admitted.
I will ask you copy.
You may.
Mr. Gladfelter, I know it's a little dark in this courtroom. Are you able to see the Faro from where you are?
Yes, I can.
Is that more of a higher view of, can you describe what we are seeing in the Faro?
Yes, what you're seeing is what we call more of an orthogonal view, which is like perpendicular to the aerial view of that crime scene. This has been generated by one of my coworkers to be able to view everything kind of in relation as it was at that scene.
Now, when you got there, you find Brian Cooper on the floor?
Yes, as seen on that diagram and as well as the photographs, that's the way he was found. The way that we had viewed him at the time that we were there.
Was there a briefing that you understood that he had been moved to the floor?
Yes, that was a detail that was mentioned to us, was that he had been moved from the recliner that is in the living room area.
So by the time you arrive at around 12 o'clock or later in the day, he's still in the house but just been moved from the recliner. You had an understanding that he was found initially on the recliner, correct?
Yes, that was what was told to me at the initial briefing on the details of the case, is that he was found in the recliner and that they had since moved him off the recliner. And when I arrived on scene, that's exactly as they had mentioned.
With the Pharaoh, can you just explain to the jury and just briefly walk us through what they will be able to see with it as they look at it?
As who looked?
As the jury looks at the Pharaoh,
Okay.
like in terms of the rooms or what it tells us, what you're seeing from that exhibit.
Yes, what you're seeing is this would be the living room area. That would be same as over here. And then also the front porch / dining area, which would be correlate to this area here. And then this area would be that central hallway, which has access to that living room area here. And on this will also have the placards and some of the scales that were used in the scene to produce the Pharaoh. The Pharaoh images, to be specific.
And Judge, if I may have the light a little bit on for Aaron. Turn up the light just a little bit. Now there seems to be some, what I can describe as artifacts on that Pharaoh. Can you just explain to the jury what they are so that they can have an understanding of what they are seeing?
Sure. So it looks like when you view this aerial view of the scene, there seems to be just like missing pieces and or fragments of different images. When you're using this 3D scanning software, you have a laser that's bouncing off of various surfaces that were within its view. From there, what can happen is there can be interference of that laser. So it's creating almost like a shadow effect, where if you shine a flashlight on somebody, you can see their shadow behind them. Those fragments and those missing pieces are usually where the laser hasn't been able to reach. With that in mind, so a good example would be this area here. There was actually a roof over the top of this, but that has been since removed to be able to see down to the porch area. But then there's other landscaping here that might have not been hit by that laser, so it doesn't appear there. That's just an example of kind of what you're seeing here on this aerial view.
When you start your scene examination, did you have a specific place where you started, or did you move from outside to inside? Can you explain that to the jury?
Specifically with this scene, I worked with the outbuildings first and then worked inwards to the main residence.
Okay. And why was that?
I was operating under the basis of knowing the details of the case, as well as looking to see what could be inconsistent or consistent with the details that were given to us. So if there has been some unknown person upon the property, my thought process is, well, why else would they be on the property? There's a possibility that they might be looking for something to steal, to go through the property itself. So there's a possibility that maybe they've looked at the outbuildings of some sort and looked at the items that are there. If there was something like that, I would expect to see certain signs supporting that type of evidence. But from there, I worked outwards at those outbuildings and then towards the main residence itself.
Okay. I will get back to the outside, but let's start from the inside.
Okay.
On the inside, when you're looking at what gave you a state exhibit 139, and you find Ryan Cooper, do you start an examination of that room to see what's in that room and what the evidence in that room tells you?
What I'm doing is that I'm going to be documenting first, foremost, getting my overall photographs of it, as well as getting an idea of what possible items of evidence could be there too. So I'm doing that kind of in tangent with documenting that scene as well.
Okay. So let's talk about the living room examination. What did you do and what did you observe?
First off, I took overall photographs of that area without any type of markers or placards in that scene. Just took photographs of the living room as it is. From there, I will be able to mark what I believe were possible items of evidence using the placards or sticky scales that we have that have little scales on them to designate areas of importance that I believe were important to the details or the investigation of this scene.
Judge, may we have the TV back?
You may. Are we done with this one then too, for right now?
No, I think we can just have it up. I think we'll have it up.
Okay.
Showing you what's been admitted as State Exhibit 140. Can you tell us what your observations with 140 are?
Say that last part again.
Can you tell us what your observations with 140 are?
Yes, so this is a photograph from the living room from the south side or the southeast corner of the living room, approximately in this area here. From there, it's just a photograph showing the end table as well as the recliner that is there. There's also a wallet and also a tablet that is on this end table here, as well as some medical equipment and tags used for the transport of the decedent here.
So the medical equipment would have come after he was found in that position, correct?
In the recliner position or the
yes,
on the ground?
In the recliner.
Yes, so this was, for what we were told in the details, is that he had been moved from the recliner, that there had been services there to start dealing with the transport of his body. And so there are some items that they were going to use for that purpose.
What do we see on 141?
It is a photograph of the western side of that south living room from approximately that same position for the previous photo here, just looking at the TV as well as the furniture, and it has a little bit of the access into that main hallway there up on the right side of that photograph.
Again, as you look at that, are you making observations of signs of struggle, of signs of a break-in, or anything to that extent?
Yes, I'm overall taking photographs of that stuff, or of those items that you have listed, but I'm looking to also see, is the furniture in place? Has there been anything like that, like council has mentioned, where there could be signs of a struggle or anything where somebody's breaking in? Windows, are they locked or closed? I'm making all those observations in the process of investigating that scene.
Do you see any of that?
Not in this living room.
State Exhibit 142?
Just another photograph from the same position, looking more towards the northwest corner of that living room, as well as the couch, the end table, and the hallway access.
So there was a couch next to a recliner.
Say the couch again?
The couch was next to a recliner.
Yes, the couch was near to the recliner. Yes.
On Exhibit 143, we start seeing what you call placards.
These are placards marking the red stain at placard 2 there, as well as placard 3 marking some footprints in blood.
But there's observations that you are able to make.
Yes, I observed those on the initial photography of this area. These were placed after I had taken my overall photographs.
Okay, and you determined those were of interest to you because they documented either what you will refer to as a footwear impression or bloodstains.
I'm sorry, say that again.
You determined that they were of interest to you. Why?
It just showed that there had been somebody in the living room that had access to the decedent and the apparent blood that was found in that area, and had walked what appears to be towards that hallway access.
What do we see on State Exhibit 144?
This is just another photograph of the south living room from the southeast corner, looking at the recliner, the end table, as well as the decedent and some of the blood that was found near the recliner.
What is of interest to you when you looked at that?
Some of the things that I've mentioned previously is like the end table and the recliner. It's showing the position of the recliner right now, as well as where the blood stain is in relation to that recliner, and also just documenting the overall scene itself.
Were you able to document or observe any injuries on Ryan Cooper?
Yes, there was 2 that I noted on the left side of his face.
What do we see on 145?
That's just a view of the same recliner that was seen in the previous photograph, just looking straight on towards the backrest with the blood stain that is on the backrest there.
Okay. And can you describe what you see, the blood stain, the nature of the blood stain on the backrest?
It appears to be mostly dry, still some sort of moisture to that blood.
And kind of pooled in 2 areas?
Yes, so in the 2 main areas that I'm thinking of are here as well as down here on the backrest.
Was there blood on the left side of the recliner that seemed to have flowed and dried?
Yes, I don't think this photograph actually shows that on there. But
What is the item on the recliner?
I'm not totally sure as to what that item was. It appeared to be something that looks like an old style candle snuff.
What do we see on State Exhibit 146?
This is a photograph of the wallet that was on the end table next to the recliner.
Did you determine whose wallet this was?
Yes.
Whose was it?
And it was the decedent, Ryan Cooper's wallet.
Did it seem to have been moved or touched, or it seemed to be where it was?
It did not seem to have been moved at all from that position.
Was that an interesting observation that you made in light of a non-intruder case?
Yes, if there was something, if this were to be an attempted robbery or theft of items from this property or burglary, I would think that maybe that there would be some signage showing that something has been moved or taken from that wallet itself. It appears nothing has been moved, or that wallet has not been moved from this photograph.
What do we see on State Exhibit 147?
On this photograph, we're looking at what would be the left side of that recliner, as well as looking towards the little closet area that's in the northeast corner of that living room. And it's also showing the exterior access door to the living room, as well as to that porch landing there. There's also a little bit of a storm door too. You can see that in the photograph as well. And that should be those, as well as the showing the doorknobs and anything else in that area.
So let's talk a bit about that. That's the front living room door that we've talked about, correct?
Correct. That is the living room access door to that porch landing.
Okay. And the recliner, in proximity, how close are they to each other?
I don't know an exact number to give to you, but they would be close to each other upon opening, but they would not contact.
Okay. But fair enough to say, especially when the recliner is in a reclined position, it's very, very close to the door.
If that backrest was completely extended horizontally, it's possible that that door could have hit that recliner when opened.
Did you determine when you got there if the door was locked or not?
Yes, at the time of our examination, that door was indeed locked.
And when you say locked, it's just not closed and shut, but actually locked.
It's locked. We would have to unlock it to open it.
Okay, tell the jury more about State Exhibit 148.
This is just a more vertical view of that same area that was shown in the previous photograph, including the blood that's on the ground as well as the left side of that recliner with some of the apparent or blood stains on the backrest, as well as showing the closet area and also that door that has access to the porch landing area.
Did you make some observations on the pooled blood on the floor?
Yes. Here, there's also, it seems to have pooled in a specific area, but there's also areas that seem to have appeared as if somebody had slipped through it or moved through it at some point to create what you can see at the bottom of that photograph, which would be those voids showing a little bit of the floor there.
Can you just point that out with your pointer to the jury?
Yes, give me a second here. The poster's just right in the way, but right to the right of my pointer there would be those areas.
149, fair to say that's a different view?
Yes, another view of the south living room area, but we're looking specifically at the southeast corner of the living room area, including some of the blood stain that was seen in the previous photograph. This would be a better view of what was previously mentioned that I observed was these voids in the blood stain here, as well as a photograph of a footprint that was seen here, suggesting that somebody has walked into this blood pool.
Uh, 150?
Just another close-up of the blood stain or blood pool at placard 4.
And at 150, from your angle, are you able to see the blood pooling also on the recliner and dried?
Yes, so that would be in this area right here. It's a little bit difficult because of that recliner being the dark color it is. It's a little harder to see, but there is some dripping of the apparent blood here.
You have some 2 placards, one marked 4 and one marked 5 on State Exhibit 151. Can you talk a bit about that?
Yes, this is just a view of that blood stain that we marked as placard 4, just a general way to designate that area. And then placard 5 is a cartridge casing that we found at the scene.
Can we talk more about that? Can you explain what you found again at placard 5?
Placard 5 was a fired, what appeared to be a .22 long rifle cartridge case.
And that was right by the door.
Correct. It would be right in that little L shape right there is where that cartridge case would be.
Was that something that part of your investigation was looking to see if you can find fired cartridge cases?
Yes, so initial briefing on the details suggested that it possibly had been killed with a firearm of some sort. So with that in mind, there's evidence that could be generated from the firing of a firearm, such as cartridge cases, bullets, and also a firearm itself. So we would necessarily be looking for something like that within this scene.
Now you testified that there were 2 bullet wounds on Mr. Cooper, and you've said you found 1 cartridge case. Did you find another cartridge case or just 1?
Just 1 right now. Okay. At the scene at that time, we just found 1.
Were you ever able to find at the scene another cartridge case?
No.
So from your investigation, you were able to not find the second cartridge case?
We were not able to find the second cartridge case.
Can you talk about State Exhibit 152?
Yes, State Exhibit 152 is just a photograph of that living room door kind of facing towards the southeast, looking at the doorknob as well as the light switch right next to that door.
But there's something of interest that you observed on the light switch?
Yes, there was also some blood stains up by the light switch itself.
Is 153 just a close-up version of what you've just testified to?
Yes.
And going to, again, 154, 155.
That is just two different views of the cartridge case that was at placard 5.
That's the one you've already testified to that was a 22 caliber weapon?
It appeared to be a 22 long rifle cartridge case.
What do we see on State Exhibit 156A?
Yes, so with this photograph, this would actually be a close-up of bloodstains that are found on the door jamb side of that exterior living room door. So upon opening that, this would be the edge that would contain the door knob as well as the lock too. This is down towards the floor, the base of that door itself. It was found on this area.
As a crime scene investigator, what does 156A inform you or tell you?
It suggests to me at one time that that door had to be open for blood to get to that area on the door.
So it was opened at one time. That is why there's blood on that part of the door.
Correct.
What do we see on 157?
157 is just looking at the exterior of that living room door, and what is marked as scale 10 or placard 10 or marker 10 is an area of bloodstaining seen on the exterior of that door itself.
Again, 158A, can you tell the jury about that?
Just another close-up view of that marker 10 with the blood staining on the exterior of that door.
And exterior, you mean the side facing outside the house?
Correct.
And what does that tell you when you look at 158A?
Looking at this photograph, it would suggest to me that that door was open far enough that there was blood transferred to that exterior surface of that door at some time. It would suggest that it had been open far enough.
Can you tell us what we're seeing on 159?
That is marked stains on the porch area as well as the steps down towards the dining area.
So when you talk about marked stains, are you saying there's a stain, you determined there was a stain on number 6 and number 7, as well as number 8?
Yes, so there would be a red stain near to those placards. The placards are just helping us to visualize where those stains are at. As far back as I am, I'm showing that where those stains are in relation to each other. But upon the placards themselves just give us perspective at where the approximate position at where they're at.
What do we see on State Exhibit 160?
This is a photograph of that living room access door from the outside, looking at the storm door itself and the piston that's at the base of it, as well as the bottom portion of the living room door.
So you'd have to open the living room door, then also open the storm door to get out of this residence through this door.
Yes, so if you had to exit from the living room, you would have to open that first door and then open that storm door as well.
What do we see on State Exhibit 161?
Just possible bloodstains found on the porch and landing area and the steps.
And that's the front door area that you're talking about?
Correct.
What do we see on State Exhibit 162?
This is a photograph just showing all of the items of evidence in relation to each other that are marked at placards 9, 8, 7, and 6. So the bloodstains at placards 6, 7, and 8, as well as the footwear impression on the gate there, and also a Michael Kors clutch or wallet at where the placard 9 is positioned.
Let's talk about that. So looking at placard 9, and if you can point that out for the jury.
Yes, so placard 9 right here.
What do you discover or find there?
Just the contents of the wallet would be consistent with possibly the wife of the decedent, Karina Cooper.
Okay, so there was a Michael Kors wallet with, when you looked inside, you found items that would be consistent with the defendant?
Yes.
Okay. And therefore, placard 9, as we see it, is that pretty much a close-up picture of what you've testified to?
Yes, that is a close-up of that clutch or wallet.
Did you find that to be strange where you found this placard, or this wallet?
It appeared to be at some point moved to the outside there. As a person who doesn't carry something like that, I would think that it would be on somebody's person, but it appears to be outside of the residence in a place that would be easily accessed by anybody.
What do we see on State Exhibit 164?
What you're seeing is a photograph of the red stains or the possible blood that was seen outside on the porch landing area, as well as the open gate and the rail that has the footwear impression in blood on it.
And I think we have a close-up of what you've talked as a footwear impression. Can you point that out to the jury on State Exhibit 165?
Yes. The approximate area of that footwear impression stretches from about here to here on the rail.
Are you the one who measured what that footwear impression in State Exhibit 166?
Yes, in State's Exhibit 166, it's not necessarily a measurement. As part of processing a crime scene, depending upon the situation, we might have footwear impressions that are not easily removed from a scene. And so it would require us to take one-to-one photography of those footwear impressions for later analysis. So this photograph, if I'm correct, it might be that one of those photographs that was used to hopefully provide to a footwear impression analyst at the laboratory later on.
So at your lab at DCI, you also have someone who does analysis of footwear impressions?
Correct.
And was this of significance to you as a crime scene investigator?
Yes, it shows that somebody had stepped on there with some sort of footwear that had possible blood from that area on the exterior outside of that residence.
So it seemed that someone had transferred the blood from inside the residence to outside here.
That's what it suggested to me at the time.
Now we are outside. You took a picture of State Exhibit 167.
Yes.
Can you tell us much about 167?
Yes. This is a photograph of a red Ford F-150 pickup truck that was in the driveway just east of the garage on the residence there.
168A is another view of that same picture you testified to.
Yes, just looking from the driver's side at the same pickup truck.
And I'll skip 169. What about 170?
This is a white Chevy Silverado pickup that was also on the property at the time of our scene processing.
So and this is what you're telling the jury, that you document everything you see at the scene, so sometimes it may have no much relevance to what you're talking about, correct?
Yes, we're documenting everything on the scene with our overall photographs before we start doing any sort of marking of evidence or anything of that nature.
And back to 169, again, that's the license plate to the red pickup truck that was on that property that you took, correct?
Yes, this is the license plate and the number for the red Ford F-150 pickup truck in the driveway.
I'll go past 171. Let's talk about 172.
Yes, this photograph is just an overall of the door to what we defined as the cream-colored shed.
And was it in this condition when you took this picture?
Oh, yes. Yes.
Was the door closed?
It was all closed.
And there was a lock on the door?
Yes.
Do you remember if it was locked or just closed?
I don't remember exactly if it was locked or unlocked, but it was closed at the time.
174?
This would be a photograph of what appears to be a dog kennel on the back side of that cream color shed, which would be the western side of that shed.
So indicated to you that there was a dog in this property?
Yes, at some time they would suggest that they owned a dog to me.
What do we find on 175?
This is one of the outbuildings we defined as the red garage, which was on the, which would be northeast of the main residence. This is just looking at the south side of that red garage, looking at the entrances into it.
So it's been admitted into evidence, State Exhibit 3, 310, 311, and 312. We're looking at 311 in the middle. Is that pretty much, based on your testimony, can you just point that out, the red shade that you're talking about?
Yes, so you're speaking specifically on this view?
Yeah.
Okay. This is the 1846 K Avenue trailer, the address here, and this would be the main residence here, and what was portrayed on the screen over here for you would be this building right here.
Did you determine on 176, is that another picture of that building?
Yes, this is another photograph, just looking at the southwest corner of that red garage.
There was an entrance door to that building, correct?
Correct.
Was it closed when you got there?
Yes.
What do we see on 177?
This would be a view of the eastern south door on that red garage.
And when I zoom in on 177, are you able to see that better?
Yes.
Okay. Would you say?
May we approach briefly?
Yeah, you may. All right, Ms. Kodiaga, you may pick up where you left off.
Zoomed in on 177, do you see, again, a door lock or an electronic keypad to lock the door?
Yes, I do.
Would you say that this family appear to be a safety-conscious family?
Objection, speculation.
Sustained.
What did you make with the observations of the key locks on the doors?
That anytime there was a door that had a keypad lock, it required a code or a key. I don't know exactly the full method of unlocking those, but is very clear that there was multiple means by which of securing the things that are inside those buildings.
You've investigated various crime scenes in your career. In rural Iowa trail, do you see a lot of that kind of electronic keypads on farmhouses and farm doors?
It's really on a case-by-case basis. I can't say that that's a general pattern that is observed within the demographics of like most of Iowa, but I would generally believe that most Iowans would like to secure their outbuildings in some way, whether it be deadbolt locks or multiple locks. However, I've seen various means of doing that.
178, again, just another documentation of the electronic key lock on the door.
Yes, just another photograph of that same door that was shown in the previous photograph, just a little bit closer to that lock.
What do we see on 179 state exhibit?
This is a photograph looking in through the open western south door of the red garage, looking into where there was a salon.
Were you able to go inside what you described as the salon?
Yes, we were able to go in and search.
Did you observe if anything had been disturbed inside this salon, anything had been taken, or did things seem to be intact?
It appeared that there hadn't been really anything that had occurred within the salon area that would suggest that something had happened there.
And when you looked at all these doors that you've testified to so far, did they appear to be an intruder or a non-intruder trying to break into any of these doors?
No, these doors that I looked at, there didn't appear to be any signs of forced entry or an attempt to break through those barriers.
Again, 181 will just be more pictures of inside the salon?
Yes, just another photograph of inside the salon looking towards the northeast corner where there's another access to another area for the salon.
And that will be consistent also with 182?
Yeah, this is just another view of that salon area, just looking at the south wall near that door.
Again, nothing appeared to have been disturbed or taken?
Nothing did appear to be disturbed or taken.
What do we see on State Exhibit 183?
This is a photograph from inside of the garage area from the north wall facing towards the south. What you can see up on screen is a Shields Outfitter gun safe, and then also the door to the bathroom within that red garage.
So there is a gun safe inside there?
Yeah, yes, there is a safe here. I would call it a gun safe. That's what it looks like to me, being a firearms person.
184, is that a just close-up of what you've testified to?
Yes.
And to get into this gun safe, you had to have some codes to access it, correct?
That is correct.
Were you able to open the gun safe, and is that what we see in Exhibit 185?
Yes, the code was obtained, and they were able to open that safe.
Were you able to find firearms in State Exhibit 185?
Yes.
So did that tell you that people who lived here probably used firearms or were exposed to firearms?
Yes.
What do we see on 186?
This is a photograph of what we defined as the gray garage, looking towards the northeast corner of that gray garage.
Were you able to find, back to the firearms that you obtained from this gun safe, were you able to determine what kind of firearms they were and document them?
There was a couple firearms, but the one that I'm specifically remembering right now is the Savage Arms Rascal that is chambered for 22 short, long, and long rifle. It was a bolt-action rifle.
Okay. So there was a Savage 22 bolt action rifle inside this?
Yes, Savage Rascal, or Savage Arms Rascal, bolt-action rifle.
Were there ammunitions also found around these firearms?
Yes.
You don't remember the other firearms that you found?
I can't off the top of my head remember exactly what other firearms were in that safe.
You talked about Exhibit 186. Let's talk about 187. What do we see?
187 is just another view of that gray garage, and it's looking at the southeast corner of that gray garage, showing the door that is the south door access into that garage. And there you can also see a little bit of the garage door itself on the right side of that photograph. There's also a window on just a further west of that south door.
Everything appeared closed or locked?
Yes.
What do you see on 188?
This is a photograph of that second room in the salon area in the red garage. This would be facing towards the west end of that room itself. So the initial entrance into the salon, the access that was shown in the previous photographs, this is the room that was adjacent to that.
What do we see on State Exhibit 189?
This is just a overall view of the interior of the gray garage and what was in there, including the recreational vehicles like the snowmobile and the Polaris side-by-side, as well as a Ford F-450 pickup truck.
Again, none of these, did any of these appear to have been touched or moved or someone trying to steal in them?
No, there did not appear to be anything to have moved them or disturbed this garage or the items therein.
Okay, same to 190 is pretty much what you've talked about.
Yes, it's just looking at the same pickup truck as well as the snow machines there, and it's just facing towards the west end of that garage.
Let's go back to 191. What do we see on 191?
This would be a photograph of the marked stain that was found on the steering wheel of the red F-150 pickup truck. This is marked as stain, or marked as number 11. This was collected by the crime scene team.
When we say collected, was there a swab or a DNA swab done on this?
There was a swab taken of this stain here.
Okay. And so you go back, so you swab taken away to determine what exactly that stain would be, correct?
I would collect those, and then they would be taken back to the laboratory where there would be further analysis on them by those that have the expertise on these.
So this will be the red pickup that was on the driveway?
This, yes, from the red F-150 pickup truck.
The one that you took a picture of the plates?
Correct, with the license plate Farm IH.
And we are back to the residence. Can you tell us what we are seeing on 192?
Yes, this is just a photograph of the Michael Kors wallet or clutch, and also the wallet from the end table in the living room. This is actually inside of the kitchen on their dining room table where we have placed those to be photographed.
Okay, so you've moved them from where they were originally found, and now you've put them inside the kitchen to photograph them and to look into the contents inside them.
After I have taken overall photographs and have taken my Faro scans of this scene, after that has all been done and documented as in the place that they were at, we are then able to move those and look at them. And that's what we did in this case. This would be after all that initial documentation of where those items would be in this scene.
Again, 193 just is a picture of Mr. Cooper, Rand Cooper, just showing that that billfold belongs to him.
Yes, that's just a photograph of his driver's license from that wallet.
There were cards in that wallet, there were credit cards and other documentation that appear to be intact.
Yes, everything seemed to be intact with that wallet.
Again, what do we see on State Exhibit 302?
This is just a photograph of the same wallet that was found from the end table, as well as the wallet or clutch from Placard 9 that was found outside of the residence. And there on the table are the contents of the Michael Kors wallet on the table itself.
You may.
So you talked about the firearms you found and ammunition that you found. As part of your documentation and preparation for testimony, do you also write a report for the lab and for future uses, like for courtroom today?
Yes.
And will that report have a clear narrative of the type of firearms that you found and the ammunition that you found?
Yes, the items that we did collect from that scene.
If I was to give you a copy of your report to look at, would it refresh your memory so that it can help the jury understand your testimony on the firearms and the ammunition that you found?
Yes.
And while he's doing that, are we done with Exhibit 302 for right now? Are we done with the video exhibits at this point? Ladies and gentlemen, while they're talking for a minute, why don't we just, I've been sitting a long time. Feel free to stand up and stretch. Anybody out there, feel free to stretch for a minute.
So actually, Taylor Gang, tomorrow's the 4th of July, and I am taking my children to Six Flags St. Louis. That's where we're going tomorrow. And so I actually want to go out and run to the grocery store to go get them some lunch meat because we party like it's 1999. Okay. We're going to go to the water park and we're going to come on outside and have us some lunch together, have a little picnic style lunch together. And then we're going to go back in and do the actual amusement park. So I want to kind of just go out and do a couple things before the 4th of July traffic get out there. Cause y'all know people can't drive. Soon as it's a holiday, soon as it's the weekend, folks get outside and don't know what to do. Like they ain't been driving every day. But I want to thank y'all for tuning in with us today. We're gonna pick this trial back up on Monday, unless we find something a little bit more interesting. But child, I do want to hear more testimony in this Karina's trial because she knows she wrong to do that in front of them kids, or at least while them kids was at home. But we'll be back on Monday. I hope y'all have a safe and fun and happy 4th of July. You know, if you want to check in with the gang, make sure that you join our Discord if you're not in there already. And I think I already told y'all to be safe. All right, well, I'm gonna holler at y'all.